We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
Frustration at City Council in response to the mass shooting at Brooklyn homes. The City Council and their questions and what we learned from the police department and safe streets. Plus, this mass shooting is the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. Coming up, the mayor on if he is earning more than a permanent position here in the new role.
And our temperatures, well, warm this morning. We're tracking the potential for some more showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon. Breaking it down in your forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you this Friday, July 14th. Thanks for being with us here on the Early Edition. Let's go ahead and start with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Warm yesterday. Are we going to feel that heat again today?
Well, hot yesterday. We were in the mid-90s yesterday afternoon. We're not going to be as hot today, but a lot more humidity is rolling in and the chance for some showers and thunderstorms as well. As we show you right now over the Inner Harbor, there's a lot of cloud cover out there, and that's kept our temperatures from really cooling down. In fact, look at that. A lot of us in the lower 80s right now. Baltimore, Dundalk, Joppatown, Bel Air, all at 80 degrees, 77 in Towson, 79 in Brooklyn Park. So a warm Friday morning, off and on showers for the day today and a few afternoon thunderstorms as well that we'll be tracking throughout your morning. Your morning drive, though, is going to be fine. Most of us in the mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours, and we'll start to get more of those cloud cover and a few more of those showers by later in the day. We'll break it down for you throughout the course of the morning right here, and another update coming up in a bit.
Although I appreciate the honesty and straightforwardness that we've gotten in some instances, we haven't gotten very many answers.
This morning, we're left with more questions than answers after a City Council hearing on the response to the Brooklyn homes mass shooting. Now, the Baltimore Police Department and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement face tough criticism from council members and residents alike. The police department admits they made mistakes, missing key indicators before the shooting occurred. They say there was a communication breakdown. Monty, on the other hand, not so transparent.
The police department was very transparent about what they knew when they knew it, but I noticed on the Monty slides, you started from the next morning. These basic questions need to be answered. And so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were, okay? Well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window,
right,
leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to Muncie.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public?
Well, the Guardian Angels is a critical of Safe Streets response to the mass shooting. The group says there is no excuse for the lack of communication between Safe Streets workers and the Baltimore Police Department. The group's leader says the city should give more resources to other groups.
When are we going to start including these organizations also? Like I said, we've been doing this for 17 years. There's other groups out there that have been doing it just as long. And we don't get the negative attention. We don't even get the positive attention for what it is we do. One of the things we do know in Guardian Angels is that you can't do anything without the community and with the police department. You can't do anything without them.
You can find more on the Guardian Angels' criticism of Safe Streets and their response to the mass shooting. It's on our website, as you can see, foxbaltimore.com. Now, the mass shooting was the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. He took over less than a month before the shooting occurred on June 8th, after former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down. Fox 45 News has been pressing the mayor's office for answers on the abrupt change for weeks now. We've been asking for a copy of Harrison's resignation notice. The mayor's office refuses to hand it over, saying it's a personal matter. We've also asked if Harrison was asked to resign or if he resigned on his own accord, why he resigned just 8 months before his contract ended, and does the public deserve to know the terms of his resignation? Now we're learning more about that transfer of power. In an interview with another news outlet, Harrison and Scott revealed Worley found out he was chosen police commissioner less than 12 hours before the announcement was made. In the wake of the shooting, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott whether he still has confidence in Worley to lead the department. Take a listen to what he said.
Has it swayed your confidence in Worley as the next commissioner for Baltimore?
No.
It is important to note Harrison is still on the payroll, and it's not clear when confirmation hearings for Worley are set to begin. There are also questions about Worley's residency. The city charter requires police commissioners to live in the city and be registered to vote in Baltimore. Worley currently lives in Anne Arundel County. We want to hear from you. Do you think the public deserves to know if Harrison resigned or was fired? So far, 97% of those who have voted say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to make your voice heard. Well, Baltimore issuing a voluntary water restriction for the city, Baltimore County as well as Harford counties, and this is because of that fire at a pumping station that happened yesterday. Officials say the fire caused the pumping station to lose power and damaged 2 of those pumps, straining the entire system. Residents are now being asked to cut back on the amount of water they use to avoid putting more stress on the system while those repairs are underway. It is important to note that the water is safe, and the request to restrict water does not include drinking, cooking, or cleaning. New details this morning surface on key development in the trial of Michael Robertson. He's accused of killing his pregnant girlfriend, Akia Eagleston, and their unborn child in 2017. Robertson's cousin testified and said he planned to name the unborn baby Anubis. Prosecutors say the name translates to God of the Dead. Akia's family gave their interpretation of that name.
Do you think he was trying to point a picture to premeditation?
Absolutely. I do agree that the prosecuting attorney was trying to depict a story based on the witnesses today and the name that was chosen.
The state's last witness did not show up for court. The defense cross-examined 3 of 4 of those witnesses. Testimony continues today. The FDA approves the first over-the-counter birth control pill. After the break, its anticipated timeline and how you'll be able to access it. And today, will we see pop-up storms, highs in the upper 80s, lower 90s? Who knows? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the answer for us in his full weather authority forecast just ahead. But first, taking you live to the roads now at the Len Stoller Traffic Network. You're watching the early edition here on Fox 45, all morning, all local.
Yeah. Welcome back. Looking out from our Towson camera as we are seeing things, well, warm here this morning. Our numbers are in the 70s and even some lower 80s at this time. So as you get out the door, well, you're out the door cast. Go ahead and get those sunglasses. Have the umbrella with you just in case. We are tracking a few showers and thunderstorms for the later part of the afternoon. And it is already warm. So if you're out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, upper 70s, lower 80s, we're going to keep these temperatures kind of on this kind of the simpler, these temperatures will stay in this area here for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in a few.
Topping your health headlines, the FDA approves the first over-the-counter birth control method. The FDA says that Pierogi's once-a-day O-pill has been cleared to be used and sold at drugstores throughout the U.S. without a prescription. The company will begin shipping the pill early next year. There won't be any age restrictions on that sale, and Perrigo has not announced a price for its contraceptive as of yet. The newly approved over-the-counter birth control pill likely won't be available until next year, according to the drug maker, Perrigo's HR of Pharma. But once it is, people who want to buy it off the shelf will be able to find it online at grocery stores, convenience stores, and drugstores. Perrigo hasn't revealed the sticker price because they say the over-the-counter experts need to examine it to make sure it's affordable. Activists hope private health insurance companies extended that coverage to O-pill, even though it's over-the-counter. Those who do have insurance can still get a prescription to avoid out-of-pocket cost. The Ohio train derailment is heightening long-lasting concerns. Why there's a new worry about compensation and how it could be getting more complicated. And the manhunt continues for a Pennsylvania man who escaped from prison. Still to come this morning, the new evidence that pushes officials to believe he is still in the area. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gina Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, your taxpayer dollars going to waste. We take on out-of-control government spending. Join us as we open the books this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore's weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing now, a new study shows potentially dangerous chemicals likely lingered in the air for weeks after that massive train derailment in Ohio in February. Although health concerns are one issue, money is another, and now residents are concerned they'll never be fully compensated. Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman explains.
It was the Ohio train derailment that caught the rest of the country's attention. Almost overnight, residents of East Palestine saw their health concerns spike and their livelihoods plummet. The label of a toxic spill site meant the value of their homes and businesses would nosedive. Back in March, the rail company Norfolk Southern promised Congress to rectify that.
Will you commit to compensating affected homeowners for their diminished property values?
Senator, I'm committing to do what's right.
But in this full measure report, residents skeptical.
We did not do this. We were at home. They assumed the full liability, and they want to make it right, define what right is. We're owed that.
Now, adding to their worry, Norfolk Southern says the owner of the actual rail car, GATX, is also liable and should help pay for the costs. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance telling us he fears it could cause long-term delays.
And the people of East Palestine who have had their homes, their property, their small businesses devastated, they don't have months and years to wait on this litigation to unfold. So I think we have to get money into their pocket as quickly as possible.
Congress, in the meantime, debating the Rail Safety Act, including new stricter limits on train speed and length, tougher track standards, and improved technology to detect defects on cars. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg told us previously money also talks.
Tougher fines, because when you have a multi-billion-dollar company, these big freight railroads like Norfolk Southern, even if we catch them in a fatal violation, my department is prevented by Congress from fining them any more than low six figures.
Changes from Congress that he hopes will prevent the next East Palestine. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
As Norfolk Southern spokesman tells us, the legal move doesn't signal a change in the company's commitment to clear up the mess. CBS News reports GATX calls Norfolk Southern's claims baseless. Ultimately, courts would decide who is held responsible and for how much. Let's go ahead and check your Friday forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at another steamy Friday.
Yeah, exactly right, Taylor. We're going to start to get more of that humidity that is going to build in over the next couple of days and get us into an unsettled weather pattern for the weekend. Really didn't see much in the way of shower or thunderstorm activity yesterday, so those clouds were definitely building and our temperatures were climbing too. We made it to 96 for our afternoon high. Right now, temperatures have only cooled off to 80 degrees at BWI. Not much wind out there, and that humidity at 60%, the dew point in the mid-60s. We're going to see those dew points climb here over the next couple of days in the low to mid-70s. You get back into that kind of miserable category because there'll be a lot of moisture that we'll be dealing with as we head through Sunday afternoon. A little more relief from that humidity early next week. On our HD radar, we're not tracking anything in terms of any showers, at least right now. A stray shower or two down near Salisbury and heading down the ocean. But other than that, not much going on. We have this cold front that is just to the west of us, and you can see more of those showers and even thunderstorms down in parts of southern Virginia. But as that front moves in later this afternoon, that's what's going to help to fire off some of those storms. Now, we do have the marginal risk for severe weather up and down the East Coast, including most of us here in central Maryland under that green, which is a level 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So that's what we're looking at, that marginal risk throughout the region for today. And you look at your hourly future scan, and these models coming in a little less impressive. So really through 10 o'clock this morning, we'll keep the clouds around. We'll see some pockets of sunshine here and there. The daytime heating helps to get those storms to fire after about 2, 3 o'clock into the afternoon. And you can see right between about 5, 6 p.m., more of those showers will start to roll through the area with a couple of thunderstorms and even the potential for some heavy rain with some of those storms. On your Rise and Shine cast, temps, well, they're staying kind of warm this morning, upper 70s and lower 80s. So maybe an iced beverage will be better than the hot coffee. As you look at your day planner here today, upper 70s through 8 a.m. Not bad for numbers in the noon hour. It will be cooler today in the mid to upper 80s, but it won't feel that way anyway because of the humidity that will be with us. Right about 90 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And as we take you into the weekend on your next 7 days, those numbers continuing to be in the lower 90s. Few of those showers and thunderstorms possible both Saturday and Sunday. Bit of a break here early next week with some slightly drier air moving in, but notice those 90s stay with us all the way through next Thursday. Taylor?
All right, now a quick check of your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Live look at the roads here this morning as everything looks really smooth. No major incidents to report. For a check of mass transit, here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end to end, no delays or issues. Metro Subway Link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Single tracking out there today, so do allow extra time as you may incur delays. On the MARC system, a good start there, too. No major delays or problems on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines. A good start there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A 44-year-old murder mystery has been solved. How officials finally crack this case and ends in arrest. Texas deploys its latest border patrol in the Rio Grande River. Why not everyone's on board with the new security tool? You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, the Black Lives Matter movement marked its 10th year anniversary. The group formed in response to the death of a Florida teenager, Trayvon Martin, and George Zimmerman being found not guilty, despite admitting he shot Martin in 2012. Zimmerman claimed he killed Martin in self-defense. Well, yesterday, organizers of Black Lives Matter renewed their call for social justice reform. They unveiled a proclamation on their website to make July 13th Black Lives Matter Day. Earlier this week, the group members announced a new campaign called Defund the Police Week. The goal of the initiative is to find a new approach in public safety. Making headlines in New Jersey, an investigation is underway after police reportedly shot a man who'd been accused of stealing gas near Newark. Officers were called to the gas station when an attendant said he pumped the suspect's gas and the man left without paying. When driving away, the suspect struck 2 police cars and a parked vehicle. Police shot at that suspect. He got away, though. Later, he was found, taken to the hospital with an apparent gunshot wound. Right now, it's not clear what charges he could be facing. In Pennsylvania, state police there are now asking for the public's help a week into the manhunt for an escaped inmate. Take a look here. In Warren County, Michael Burham climbed up gym equipment to the prison roof, used a rope, made sheets to escape. Now, officials believe the 34-year-old described as a survivalist is still in the area. They found small stockpiles and campsites in the woods, which they say are confident it belongs to Burham. They want hikers and bikers to be on the lookout for him.
You can see it was wrapped in a tarp. It would have been stashed at least partially under that log. It's meant to not be immediately visible to someone walking by. We're asking them to just be alert to anything like that, and if they see something, give us a call so we can check it out.
Burham is considered armed and dangerous. He's being held on $1 million bond for kidnapping and burglary following a shooting in May. He was on the run for nearly 2 weeks before he was initially arrested. Well, after 44 years, Charles County authorities solve a murder mystery with new forensic DNA technology. In 1979, Vicki Belk was raped and shot dead. Police were not able to link the suspect, Andre Taylor, to Belk's death until now. Now, Taylor is currently being held without bond at the Charles County Detention Center. But this is not his first time being locked up. Back in 1980 and 1989, he was charged with other murders in the district.
Hello? Guess who I just pulled over? Yeah, the chief deputy.
Well, an officer on patrol in Georgia got a big surprise when he pulled over a Dodge Charger going 96 miles per hour in a 35 miles per hour zone. The Henry County officer walked up to the car, immediately recognized the Henry County Sheriff Chief Deputy Michael Yarborough. The sheriff suspended the chief deputy for 40 hours, docked his pay because of the severity of the citation. A spokesperson says Yarborough was on duty at the time, but did not turn his lights or sirens on. Now to the latest on the border crisis. The installation begins on that massive floating border wall along the Rio Grande River in Eagle Pass, Texas. The marine barrier is part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's $5 billion border security plan that he said is already making an impact in slowing down illegal crossings. Not everyone on board with this move, though. An Eagle Pass kayaking outfitter is suing the state, and Governor Greg Abbott saying the barrier threatens both his business and the ecosystem of the river. Texas sends another bus full of migrants seeking asylum now to Los Angeles. This is the third wave to arrive from Texas. Now, of the 30 people on board, 6 were children from Haiti, Venezuela, and Mexico. While in L.A., migrants will get physicals and mental health screenings, plus legal support in their immigration cases. Texas Governor Greg Abbott recently proclaimed his state's border towns remain, quote, overwhelmed and overrun, hinting that more shipments of migrants could follow. This morning, there are concerns about the impacts of immigration, despite it largely being supported by Americans. A recent Gallup poll found 68% of Americans consider immigration good for the country. That's the lowest in nearly a decade. Favorability peaked in 2020 at 77%. Currently, 27% consider immigration bad, especially when it comes to crime, drugs, and taxes. The poll was conducted after the Biden administration suspended Title 42 in May. The number of illegal border crossings has since declined sharply. Download your Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, closings for school, summer school that is, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Safe Streets facing City Council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why Council still has several concerns.
Our temperatures, well, they're warm right now. We didn't really cool off much overnight. Tracking some showers and storms as well as we get into your weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on another hot Friday morning in July. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And like Justin said, let's get into your weekend. Let's do it.
Yeah. In fact, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers before we get into it.
Yeah, our temperatures in the mid to upper 90s yesterday, and today will be cooler with more cloud cover, but also showers and thunderstorms that we've got to deal with here. So looking outside right now over the Inner Harbor, obviously it's still dark, but we have a lot of cloud cover, which has allowed our temperatures to not really do much. In fact, very warm conditions. Look at that. Statewide, mid to upper 60s in western Maryland. Most of us along the Chesapeake in the mid to upper 70s, even a few lower 80s we saw just in the last hour. So a warm Friday morning, looking for off and on showers and storms throughout the day today, and it will be muggy and warm for this upcoming weekend. Definitely going to feel more of that humidity today. Mr. Bo, though, says we are good to go on your morning drive. Upper 70s should stay dry here for the next couple of hours. Those showers and storms not an issue until we get into later this afternoon. And we'll take you through that in our hourly future scan coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Let's get a check on the roads right now early. Tom, how are we looking out there?
Not bad. There's a couple little markers that are out there around the roads, but there are no delays that are being caused here. You know, you still have the Cromwell Bridge, that water main break, and then there was also a water pump that caught fire yesterday. So Cromwell Bridge Road back to being closed both directions, and that is in the right in front of we have one of the high schools over there, and that's in the Parkville area. But everybody else here, as you see, moving along fine.
Although I appreciate the honesty and straightforwardness that we've gotten in some instances, we haven't gotten very many answers.
A city council hearing on the response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting raises even more questions.
The Baltimore Police Department and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement face some tough criticism from council members and residents alike. The police department admits mistakes were made, missing key indicators before the shooting occurred. They also said there was a communication breakdown.
Well, Monzi, on the other hand, not so transparent.
The police department was very transparent about what they knew when they knew it, but I noticed on the Monsi slides, you started from the next morning. These basic questions need to be answered, and so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to Muncie.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public?
This morning, we have live team coverage of what was and what was not said during last night's hearing. In just a few minutes, we've got Shannon Lillis. She'll be live in studio with us with details on the police response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting.
We start with Olivia Dan. She's live with what happened when Fox 45 News pressed council members on Monzi's responses. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, there are still many questions and concerns with how Safe Streets handled the Brooklyn Day block party, which turned deadly. And after last night's council hearing, many were left needing more answers. So Fox 45 News pressed for those answers. Take a listen.
They're the only ones who didn't answer questions tonight. BPD was extremely transparent. They told us every detail, everything that they knew.
We need to know on the council exactly what is going on, where the money's going, who we're employing. And again, at the end of the day, we need to know because the constituents that we represent, they want to know.
How come it took a mass shooting where we saw 30 people shot, 2 dead, for the council to really seem to take an interest in the way Monzi is operating in the Safe Streets program?
Well, I wouldn't just point a finger on Monzi. I think overall, as I mentioned early on, like the government, I think has failed. Our city is dying.
Should Monzi be getting the level of funding that it is?
Right now, I think that until we start to see transparency in data, I think that money should be held to a halt.
We are pouring more than $20 million a year into an agency that has grown exponentially that does not have a handle on what is happening.
And Safe Streets was at the block party, de-escalating several conflicts before the shooting occurred. And Safe Streets never warned police, despite reports that people were armed. Now, after last night's hearing, several council members agree that it's critical that the city improves its communication. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore police also in the spotlight over their response in Brooklyn Homes. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley admits his office missed some signs in the hours leading up to that shooting.
Our team coverage continues now with Shannon Lilly, who's in studio with what went wrong. Shannon.
Well, there are still a lot of questions, Taylor and Tom, but bottom line, the police commissioner still can't explain why his agency knew nothing of this block party that drew some 800 people to Brooklyn. It's a block party that became one of the largest mass shootings this city has seen.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
That's Acting Commissioner Rich Worley addressing city council members in a hearing last night. Council members pressed Worley about the department's failure to learn about the block party and mobilize its resources. The police commissioner says the department did receive several 911 calls from the Brooklyn area the night of the party, but officers never requested the need for help.
A party of that magnitude, no matter how many officers were in the Southern District, they could not handle that party alone. So they would have had to reach for extra resources, which we had available throughout the city, that we could have sent there. Do we know if that happened, or as far as we know, no?
It just seems like time and time again, there were so many different levers for us to trigger and engage a community and do it the right way that it's just very, very troublesome.
Worley says his department is working nonstop to understand what happened that night. He vows to have a final report on the incident in 45 days. Meanwhile, some council members are calling for an independent investigation to ensure all questions are answered. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor.
Now, the mass shooting was the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. He took over the department less than a month before the shooting occurred after former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down. We've been pressing the mayor's office for answers on the abrupt change for weeks now. We've been asking for a copy of Harrison's resignation letter. The notice that the mayor's office has refused to hand it over, saying it's a personal matter. We also asked if Harrison was asked to resign or if he resigned on his own accord. Why he resigned just 8 months before his contract was slated to end? And does the public deserve to know the terms of his resignation?
Now we're learning more about that transfer of power. In an interview with another news outlet in Baltimore, Harrison and Scott revealing Worley found out that he was chosen to be police commissioner less than 12 hours before the announcement was made public. In the wake of the shooting, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott whether he still has confidence in Worley to lead the police department. Take a listen.
Has it swayed your confidence in Worley as the next commissioner for Baltimore?
No. It's important to note Harrison is still on the payroll, and it's not clear when confirmation hearings for Worley will begin. And there are also questions about Worley's residency. City charter requires the police commissioner to live in Baltimore City and be registered as a voter in Baltimore. Worley currently lives in Anne Arundel County.
Which brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the public deserves to know if Harrison resigned or was fired? So far, 94% of those who have voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
We continue our coverage of the city council hearing into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Just ahead this morning, the questions that still need to be answered from Monzi.
And the Guardian Angels take the podium in City Council. Just ahead this morning, the demands they're making of City Council and Monsi.
After a hot Thursday, we're still warm this morning, and we're tracking showers and storms with more humidity for the weekend. We'll break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45, the early edition. Welcome back, everybody. 5:11 is your time, early on your Friday morning, and warm, too. Check some of these numbers out right now in your neighborhoods. 78 Joppatown and Bel Air, 78 as well in Woodlawn, lower 70s in Ellicott City, but we're almost at 80 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and same number for you there, 79 in Dundalk at this hour. Yard and gardening cast, if you want to get out early, definitely will be better. It's going to be cooler today, but with more of the cloud cover and the humidity, it's going to feel a little bit warmer than it did yesterday as well. With the warm and muggy conditions and off and on showers, even a couple of thunderstorms possible. We'll top out right about 94 this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Twitter sets its sights on government oversight. Still ahead this morning, the request to a federal judge to back off.
Operation Backpack is back. We're going to stuff a cruiser. We'll tell you all about it coming up. We're at IKEA White Marsh. Come say hi. Bring a backpack. Bring some goodies for the kids. We're here all morning long on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
Well, summer is sneaking by, and you know what that means. I can't believe we're talking about this already.
Right.
Back to school.
Yeah, we're talking about weeks away, but the Operation Backpack School Readiness Campaign begins today. Mark Clark, live at IKEA, showing up in his brand new back-to-school outfit, and he's ready to go. You get the new Trapper Keeper there, Mark?
That's right. That's right, Tom. You're absolutely right. My back-to-school outfit is ready on display. Nicole with Volunteers of America is here. It's a big morning, Nicole. We're doing this.
We are.
What are we doing?
So we're out here for Operation Backpack. This is Volunteers of America Chesapeake and Carolinas initiative to fill the gap for low-income children and students in need. The whole goal is to make sure that they have brand new backpacks and school supplies so they can start off the school year with confidence and just get really excited to learn again. So we're out here with the IKEA Baltimore store this year. They're a brand new partner. We've been partnering with other IKEA stores for a few years now, so we're super excited by this partnership. If you want to learn how to get more for kids as they get ready for school. Come out today. We're going to be here from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And if you can't come out with new backpacks and supplies, you can donate online at voahchesapeake.org/donate-backpack, or you can text Operation Backpack to 243-725.
I love it. There's stuff in the cruisers. We'll have the cruisers out here. You can also go to the Baltimore County Police offices and stuff them there. So again, it's a great opportunity to give back early in the summer, but it's a great cause.
All right, sounds good. As you just heard, you can help Fox 45 stuff the cruiser with those school supplies. Stop by IKEA Baltimore today from 8 till 4.
For more information and other places where you can donate, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine we're talking about going back to school in the thick of this hot summer.
I know, summer school's underway and kids are still heading into the classrooms.
That's
the
true.
AC, though, needs to really crank up today.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, remember back to school? What was your favorite thing to get? Would you get what do you look forward to getting? Pencils?
Trapper Keeper.
Trapper Keepers.
Trapper Keeper, yeah.
Huge.
Because you'd open it up, it had the little Velcro strap.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you had all the pockets and stuff there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Your
And then
pens.
they came out with designs on the top of them, and I'm like, I'm
designs.
geeking out, yeah.
And Petri folders, or Petri folders. Remember those?
Petri dishes?
No, Petri folders. Peachy folders.
I'll have
Look
to
them
look
up.
that up. I'll
Look it
Google
up.
that. Peachy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was something. I don't know what it was. I can't remember, but for some
Took a
reason,
turn.
I always had a Peachy folder or Petri folder. All right. Our live cam here in Towson. Good morning to all of you. It is Friday, and we are seeing some clouds still kind of hanging around. Our temperatures, the right side of your screen, not broken. We're seeing a lot of us in the upper 70s and even a few lower 80s earlier this morning. 78, your current temperature in Towson. Not much wind to speak of. The dew point at 64 degrees. The dew point temperatures are going to climb. This is what I was talking about all week, how Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we'll see those dew points up in that low to mid 70 category. So a lot more moisture is rolling in, and our feels like temperatures, even if we're cooler for the air temperature, are going to feel a lot warmer than that with that heat and humidity. Here's our HD radar. Picking up a few showers up in Philly, so if you're heading north on 95, may see some of those. Also south of Richmond, or areas near Richmond down through Petersburg in southern Virginia, seeing some showers and storms there. But overall, we're still tracking this next weather maker, which is going to be another cold front. That's going to push in as we get later into the afternoon today, moving into a very favorable atmosphere for some of those storms to fire. That's why most of the East Coast under the marginal risk for severe weather, which is just 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but still means that we could get some of those thunderstorms a little bit more active as we head later into the day. Through 10 o'clock this morning, we'll see a mix of clouds and sun. Storms don't start to fire till about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Similar to what we saw yesterday, we just really didn't see much in the way of actual rain, but between about, I'd say, 3 and 6 is going to be our best chance to get some of those showers and storms. And then as you head into the evening time tonight, a bit muggy as well, for sure. Definitely going to feel that humidity. You're going to notice it already by the time you step outside this morning. As we see the next 12 hours, mid to upper 80s and even some lower 90s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And if you want to jump in that pool today, yeah, you can get the pool going and pool time going early, but later this afternoon, that's when more showers and storms will be there. And make sure to get that sunblock on, as that UV index remains in the very high category. Upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Same numbers for you there in Howard and Anne Arundel counties. We'll keep those numbers, as I mentioned, a little cooler than yesterday with that cloud cover and that chance for some storms as well. O's are back in town tonight as the second half of the Major League Baseball season is here, and we'll have to potentially dodge a few showers and storms. Hopefully they can get that game in, maybe just a delay to start, but overall should be able to go. And as you see, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, tracking that chance for afternoon pop-up showers and storms, a little bit drier early next week.
West Coast peachy folders, you know it.
Tom with the follow-up there. Well, look, it's hot outside today, and the CDC has some tips for you to stay hydrated in this extreme heat. First, drink before you feel thirsty. The CDC says by the time you feel thirsty, you're already starting to get dehydrated. If you're going to be outside in the heat, the CDC recommends drinking a cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes, but don't go crazy with this. You shouldn't be drinking more than 48 ounces of water per hour. And if you are going to enjoy the summer temperatures safely, we want to see it. Scan that QR code on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. You can upload your pictures and videos there. All of it's powered by Stackla.
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and around the regions looking great on this Friday morning. No main issues to report on any of the main roadways for us. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Penn trains 505 and 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines look good for travel out there. Light Rail Link on time in both directions of that service, but Metro Subway Link is single tracking out there in both directions, so certainly allow time for travel as you will incur delays at times. Right now, running about 15 minutes late on that service. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The federal deficit triples in a matter of months. Just ahead, we take a look at the questions this is raising about your taxpayer dollars.
Safe Streets facing city council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why council still has several concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Topping your consumer news, new Treasury Department data shows the federal government's deficit nearly triples in the first 9 months of the fiscal year. The Treasury pointing to a $1.4 trillion budget gap from October through June, a 170% increase from that same period a year earlier. This adds to an already large federal debt, which is estimated at more than $32 trillion. Treasury officials say the deficit surged due to a sharp increase in government spending and a significant drop in tax revenue.
In Twitter headlines, the company is taking a stand against government oversight.
Yeah, X Corp, the social media app's parent company, is asking a federal judge to end its consent agreement with the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC. The agreement was established in 2011, allowing the FTC to oversee the company's privacy practices. But Twitter claims the agency has been using this agreement to unfairly target its owner, Elon Musk. Republican Representative Jim Jordan raised similar concerns while questioning the head of the FTC yesterday.
The FTC issued over 350 requests for information from Twitter. These requests included asking for every communication about Mr. Musk inside the company, and most troubling, for information about Twitter's work with journalists. And again, according
now,
to
Jordan subpoenaed the FTC chair in April for documents regarding the agency's investigation into Musk's actions.
This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. Scan the QR code on your screen to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for babies, just go to sinclaircares.com. Today, more humidity, temperatures in the upper 80s, lower 90s.
From the morning to the night, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is tracking that chance for pop-up storms in your area to keep you safe.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you this Friday, July 14th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you can feel, smell, and maybe even taste the humidity in the air when you open the door.
Yeah, my hair is telling me right now it's going to be a humid one. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, tell us why.
Yeah, we had some of that humidity that started building in yesterday. We're really going to feel that here today and into the weekend as we get more of that moisture rolling in. Right now, really pretty shot here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Look right above that Toyota logo. Do you see that? That little crescent moon right there? Yeah, that's the moon that is rising with Jupiter hanging out there also on your Friday morning. It is not too bad. Our temperatures are still warm throughout the entire region, upper 60s and mid to upper 70s from western Maryland across the bay all the way out toward the eastern shore. So here's a look at your weather story. Warm Friday morning. We'll have off and on showers and the potential for a couple of thunderstorms this afternoon, and then overall that muggy and warm weekend. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Upper 70s here next few hours. He doesn't have a lot of hair, so it's not that frizzy. But either way, we'll have another look at your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
Now, the Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes when it comes to the July mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes area. Members of the department sat in the hot seat last night, facing some tough criticism from city council members during a hearing into their shooting response.
While the department is admitting its mistakes, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, was not as transparent. In fact, Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is joining us live to explain. Olivia?
Hey, Taylor and Tom, there are still many unanswered questions, despite City Council demanding more transparency from Safe Streets. Now, the hearing happened yesterday right here at City Hall, and at times it was very tense and ultimately ended with several council members feeling dissatisfied with the answers from Safe Streets. Safe Streets is the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE's gun violence prevention program. 4 Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day block party an hour before it turned deadly, never telling police about the potential threats. Despite reports people were armed. MONSE's interim director saying now 5 mediations were completed by Safe Streets workers, but couldn't answer council members when they asked for more details about those mediations. Councilman Schleifer demanding to know if the 5 mediations done by Safe Streets workers involved guns or not.
Can you walk us through what MONSE knew when they knew it? We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
I 100%
and so,
agree.
in order to understand what went wrong and how we can assure that never happens again, these basic questions need to be answered. And so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public? What is the problem?
I would have to defer, again, respectfully to MONSE as to whether or not they want to share what's been shared with them.
I don't have an itemized breakdown of all 5 of the conflicts with specifics, but I can share the nature of those. I'm not aware of weapons being involved in any of the conflicts that were mediated in that 5.
If you want to answer the questions and you want to get into detail, let's do this.
As you just saw, Councilman Schleifer questioned the interim director of MONSE, as well as Kevin Keegan, who manages Safe Streets Brooklyn site alongside Catholic Charities. Keegan said the mediations were eventually reported in the software Safe Streets uses to track mediations, but that information has yet to be made public. It's still unclear if the people involved in the mediations were connected to the shootings at all. Ultimately, though, MONSE never admitting any fault or taking accountability, instead touting the resources they're now providing to the Brooklyn community in the wake of the mass shooting. Of course, Fox 45 News will continue to press for answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, the Guardian Angels group is critical of Safe Streets' response to the mass shooting.
The group says there is no excuse for the lack of communication between Safe Streets workers and the Baltimore Police Department. The group's leader says the city should give more resources to other groups.
When are we going to start including these organizations also? Like I said, we've been doing this for 17 years. There's other groups out there that have been doing it just as long. And we don't get the negative attention. We don't even get the positive attention for what it is we do. One of the things we do know in Guardian Angels is that you can't do anything without the community and with the police department. You can't do anything without them.
Well, you can find more on the Guardian Angels' criticism of the Safe Streets response to the mass shooting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Mayor Brandon Scott joining the calls for a stronger juvenile crime response at the state level, right on the heels of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the changes he says he needs to see. Shannon.
Well, the mayor is specifically pointing to issues, Taylor, with Maryland's at-home monitoring system. He wants immediate automatic notification and action in place when a juvenile is in violation of their home monitoring orders. But beyond that, he is vowing to do what it takes next session to address juvenile crime. Take a listen.
You know that I think there's something need to change. You know, I had a bill in Annapolis this year around home monitoring and the notification around home monitoring. No one, a juvenile or adult, should be able to be outside of where they're supposed to be for 48 hours before any notification happens. And if someone breaks that, then they should be able to be detained by law enforcement. But what I am going to do is go back this session and work with our General Assembly, work with our governor to make sure that we are changing anything that needs to be changed. But my focus is going to be on those that I know are allowing crimes to be committed against those juveniles and by them.
Now, there are two new laws in the state that many of Maryland's top prosecutors calling into question, and that's the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Interrogation Protection Act, both of 2022. Many prosecutors say these laws make it more difficult to hold juveniles accountable. The Child Interrogation Protection Act hampers police's ability to question juvenile suspects or witnesses. And under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, those 13 and under are limited to charges for crimes of violence, and a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged. The law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies, which prosecutors argue may not be enough time to get those kids the resources that they need. Now, those that support the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, though, argue that criminalizing children is not going to make the state a safer place. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News pressed Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson about the next steps the legislature needs to take to try and bring down juvenile crime.
It is too easy for juveniles to get access to a firearm, and they're too quick to use it.
Do you think we should wait until next session to start having those conversations, or should we?
Oh, no, we're already in the midst of these conversations. We're looking at the current system. We're looking at ways that we can enhance it.
Ferguson did not say if tougher laws need to come out of Annapolis.
Now, Fox 45 News is demanding answers and accountability about the mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes area. You can find all of our previous reporting online at foxbaltimore.com.
We continue our coverage this morning on the Baltimore City hearing into the Brooklyn mass shooting. Just ahead this morning, the questions Fox 45 News still has when it comes to what happened just before those shots rang out.
And in this morning's Washington Wrap, we're going over the demands from the Ukrainian president during the NATO summit. Ahead in our next hour, why the U.S. is against due to the timing. And ahead, we'll see 90s once again. Just ahead this morning, how we could see rain, when it could happen. Well, we'll let you know here on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Let's go O's. Let's go O's. Let's go. Oh, the second half of the season starts tonight right there, my friends, at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. It's going to be a muggy one and possibly some delays as we're tracking a few showers and maybe even a thunderstorm or two later into the afternoon. Hopefully they'll be all gone by the evening time. Hey, out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, already getting your sweat on, looking at upper 70s for the next few hours on your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain and those storms coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Baltimore is issuing a voluntary water restriction for the city, Baltimore County, as well as Harford and Howard counties. This is because of fire at a pumping station yesterday. Officials say the fire caused the pumping station to lose power and damaged 2 of those pumps, straining the system. Now, this has residents are being asked to cut back on the amount of water that they use to avoid putting more stress on the system while repairs are still underway. It's important to note the water is safe, and the request to restrict the water does not include drinking, cooking, or cleaning.
Now, the Orioles take on the Miami Marlins today, and it's sure to be a fun time. The event you can check out at the big game, and the giveaways the Birds will have fans flocking to Camden Yards for this weekend.
And with the IKEA Baltimore store, it's Operation Backpack. Come see us, drop off goods for the kids, a great cause. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
544, something that can often go overlooked, school supplies.
Yeah, Volunteers of America is partnering with IKEA, the Baltimore County Police Department, not only to gather supplies, but benefit the entire community.
And Mark Clark is live at IKEA Baltimore this morning, showing us what this organization is doing and how it impacts all the kids and the families in the area. Mark.
Hey, man, I'm here at IKEA, and I met somebody, Tom and Taylor, who's more excited than me. Kimmy, Miss High Energy at IKEA. So, Kim, we got a great day. You're obviously excited about it. Tell us how it's going down.
I am very excited. Thank you guys for being here today. We are excited to be partnering with Operation Backpack, Volunteers of America, And we have chosen some items in the store to make it easy for you to donate school supplies, and where they are strategically placed at our checkouts. So if you didn't know about the event today, please come down. We have them in the checkouts. You can purchase and come out and join us out here at IKEA Baltimore.
The big cause. So you're here, you be like, doody-doo, I didn't know what was going on. Boom, boom, here you got beautiful things you can contribute for a great cause and support. And again, if you don't make it out this morning, we're going to be here through the afternoon. And actually, we'll have a cruiser here tomorrow, too. So this thing is going on. It's all about the kids, supporting a great cause. Again, some of the kids don't have everything they need, and that's why we're out here doing this. And look at this, the cruiser pulling up right now. Give us a little, bump, honk the horn. Now, he can't hear me, so it didn't work. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. We got there we go. He heard me. Tommy heard me.
IKEA parking lot. Yeah, that is great. Look at this. Man, nice
They
intro.
obviously are watching the show.
Way to make a statement.
Shout out to
make a statement.
Why did Justin go running when the lights
Shout
went
out
off?
to Sharon. Shout out to Sharon. You know, she orchestrated all that.
That's great. No, that's good. A little police parade happening at the IKEA Baltimore. Thank you, Mark.
Well, we've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Now, you can help Fox 45 stuff the cruisers with school supplies. Stop by that IKEA Baltimore today from 8 to 4. All right, now it's time to find out what's going on this weekend. And you've got soccer, but we're talking baseball.
I know, but it's the Birdland FC.
Yeah.
Birdland Football Club. These are the jerseys you get tomorrow at the game.
Saturday soccer.
Saturday soccer.
Friday fireworks.
Fireworks tonight.
Maybe.
It's going to happen.
You think so?
It's going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chambers said it. So
All right.
Yeah.
And then
Sunday, Austin Hayes
Hayes.
t-shirt.
Yeah.
Austin Hayes t-shirt.
Nice.
So we're getting back into it.
It's a busy
This is the second
weekend.
half of the season, guys. I mean, come on. The All-Star break is done. And first pitch
Not fitting
tonight
him.
at 7:05. The Miami Marlins will be in town. 84 for that first pitch. Notice, yes, I do have the kind of thunderstorm icons on there because we may have to see some delays. We should be able to get that game in tonight because most of the storms are going to be later this afternoon into the evening. But either way, O's are back. Your O's, Kaz. My neighbor, when she sees me walk in, Nika, she's always like, oh! So anyway, shout out to her. All right, good morning to all of you. Happy Friday. Yes, the weekend is here. Our downtown Baltimore shot. A few of those clouds kind of hanging around. Just stepped outside myself. Yeah, you can feel that humidity and that muggy meter already in the mid-60s, your current dew point temperature in that humid category. But those dew point temps are going to climb up into that gross category this afternoon with dew point temps well into the 70s. So yes, the humidity is back. Guess who's back? Back again. Humidity's back. Tell a friend. Here's a look at your HD radar. Everything is quiet right now here. Just to the south of us is where we're seeing some showers down through Richmond, Virginia Beach as well. Even a couple of thunderstorms there as well. The cold front is moving in from the west, so that's what we're going to see a little bit later this afternoon. And as that frontal boundary moves in to that very favorable environment, people don't like the word moist, but it's moist out there. We are seeing the temperatures that will climb and also the potential for storms. Up and down the East Coast, the green is the marginal risk for severe weather. So looking at our hourly future scan through 10 o'clock this morning, again, those clouds kind of hanging with us, the sun poking through as well, heating us up, and that humidity is there as well. This is about 3 o'clock. Notice a couple of those showers and pop-up thunderstorms. 4 or 5 p.m., probably going to be the prime time for those storms. And you can see the latest model run does bring a round of a few showers right around 7, 8, 9 o'clock. So again, hopefully we'll get the game in with no problems. Just have to watch out for some of those spotty storms. Upper 70s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine. Enjoy some breakfast with us on this Friday. Golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. 80 by 9 a.m. and upper 80s through noontime. Again, watch for some of those storms this afternoon that could develop, and make sure to get your butt off the course. Mid to upper 80s and into the lower 90s across central Maryland for your high temps today. And if you're heading down the ocean, lower 80s. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we do have that chance of a couple of pop-up thunderstorms each afternoon. That water temperature at 77 degrees. So down the ocean, not the worst beach weekend, but again, just got to watch for a stray pop-up shower or storm. All right, 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, O's are back at it tonight. We're looking at those lower 90s for the next 3 days. Now, next week, starting Monday, will actually be a little bit drier, but notice those temperatures stay in the 90s for the next 7 days as well. Let's get a check on our mass transit. Mark Jones with the the MTA. A lot of Marks this hour. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the Mark train system, you'll find Camden train 843 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of Mark look good for travel, though. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way on time service from end to end. And Metro Subway Link is single tracking out there today. And as a result, you'll find delays here and there. At present, it's running 15 minutes late, so certainly allow extra time for travel on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
FOX45 News pressing city council leaders for answers after the hearing into the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. We've got lots of lingering questions, why some of them tell us they're also frustrated with Monsi.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington with a look at the significant drop in the number of migrants crossing illegally into the United States.
Oh, yeah, taking a live look at the sun up here in New Hampshire on the beach. What a beautiful start to the Friday morning. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We're feeding them, where we have clothes, we have toys for the kids, we have a safe space where they can at least breathe and feel that they're safe and communicate with their families.
That's the executive director of the Central American Resource Center in L.A. as Texas sends a new bus of migrants seeking asylum to Los Angeles. This is the third group of migrants to arrive so far this year. LAPD officers escorted 30 people, including 6 children from Haiti, Venezuela, and Mexico, to St. Anthony's Croatian Parish in Chinatown. At the church, migrants will receive health and mental health screenings and legal support for their immigration cases. Now, this morning, some respite from agents along the U.S.-Mexico border for now, as the amount of migrants are crossing between the parts of entry has dropped significantly. Sinclair correspondent Christine Frizzau brings us a look behind those numbers.
Along the southern border, a new approach appears to be yielding new results. The number of migrants trying to cross the border falling sharply, according to those on the front lines, a reality expected to be reflected in the official numbers to be released in the coming days. Before the pandemic-era restriction, Title 42 was lifted on May 11th. About 10,000 were trying to cross the border illegally every day. Preliminary numbers from CBS News show that's now fallen to about 3,000. The Biden administration touting more restrictive policies, like having migrants apply for asylum using the CBP One app before coming, also requiring them to seek asylum in a third country they pass through along the way, which critics say violates U.S. asylum laws.
The administration seems to be reaching into the dustbin of history and resurrecting a Trump administration rule. Our view is that, yes, we need to expand legal pathways, but we also need to protect legal rights.
Still, others contend the Biden administration continues to be too lax in its policies. Earlier this year, agreeing to accept 360,000 new asylum seekers.
They're sending a message, it's very loud and clear to the entire world, is now is the time to come to the United States.
Former head of Customs and Border Protection Mark Morgan also arguing the numbers at the southwest border have simply shifted.
While the numbers in between have gone down, the numbers that they're pushing to the ports of entry have skyrocketed.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has also been using state resources to try to prevent migrants from coming, with plans to install a new floating barrier in the Rio Grande. So the number of illegal crossings appears to be related to some of these new state policies and those coming from the White House. Meanwhile, the one body tasked with writing and passing actual laws, Congress, does not appear to be making any progress on the matter. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Legal immigration largely supported by Americans, but there are some concerns about the effects it may have on the country. A recent Gallup poll found 68% of Americans consider immigration good for the country. That's the lowest in nearly a decade. Favorability peaked at 77% in 2020. Currently, 27% consider immigration a detriment, especially when it comes to crime, drugs, and taxes. Poll was conducted after the Biden administration suspended Title 42 in mid-May. As Christine was just mentioning, the number of illegal border crossings has since declined sharply.
Oh, I'm serious about prisoner exchange. I'm serious about doing all we can to free Americans from being illegally held in Russia or anywhere else for that matter. And that process is underway.
Making headlines this morning, President Biden at the news conference in Finland saying he wants to pursue a prisoner exchange for a Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia for more than 100 days.
Journalist Evan Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges and is currently imprisoned in Moscow. U.S. government has declared him wrongfully detained. Kremlin said earlier this month it was open to a possible exchange, but talks would only happen behind closed doors.
And the Biden administration is theorizing about the Chinese hackers' motives for breaching State Department computers. This happened back in May, and according to CNN, 2 U.S. officials believe the hack took place shortly before the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, visited Beijing in June. The cyber attack may have given the Chinese government insight about U.S. thinking ahead of Blinken's trip. Authorities say hackers only accessed a limited amount of information because they broke into an unclassified system.
Safe Streets facing City Council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why City Council still has several questions and concerns.
Baltimore police are now under the microscope for their handling of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Just ahead, we'll take a look at where the department went wrong.
Our temperatures are starting off warm. We're going to heat up again today. Not as hot as yesterday, but we have more humidity to play with. We'll talk more about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 6 o'clock on this Friday morning, July 14th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're in for a good day. Let's go on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our steamy Friday.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good way to put it, Taylor. Tom, good morning to both the UT Squared over there on the desk. And we've got temperatures that are already warm. Checking out right now the top of the Transamerica building. Our Toyota Inner Harbor sky camera looks really pretty right now. So if you have a moment to glance over at your TV screen, see those clouds building to the north. Overall, not bad. And our temperatures are up there, mid to upper 70s for a lot in Bel Air and Chestertown, down through Annapolis and Stevensville. 73, one of the cooler spots in Westminster and Cockeysville, even 71 in Columbia. So a warm Friday morning leading to off and on showers, potential for some storms as well later this afternoon. And then, yeah, that muggy and warm weekend will be with us. Mr. Bose says we're good to go. Maybe the AC by about 8, 9 o'clock on your morning drive because it's definitely already warm. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Looking great this morning, knocking on wood. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Look at this. Roadways wide open, dry. Everyone's moving along to wherever they're headed out on this Friday morning without issue.
Although I appreciate the honesty and straightforwardness that we've gotten in some instances, we haven't gotten very many answers.
This morning, a city council hearing into the response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, raising even more questions.
Baltimore Police Department and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, are facing tough criticism from council members and residents alike. The police department did admit they made some mistakes, like missing key indicators before the shooting. They also said there was a communication breakdown.
MONSE, on the other hand, not so transparent.
The police department was very transparent about what they knew when they knew it, but I noticed on the MONSE slides, you started from the next morning. These basic questions need to be answered, and so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public?
This morning, we have live team coverage of what was and was not said during last night's hearing. In just a few minutes, Jen Lilly will be live here in studio with us with the details on the police response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance. She's live with what happened when FOX45 pressed council members on MONSE's response. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, there are still many unanswered questions and concerns with how Safe Streets responded to the Brooklyn Day block party that turned deadly. And after last night's council hearing, many were left needing more answers. So Fox 45 News pressed for those answers. Take a listen.
They're the only ones who didn't answer questions tonight. BPD was extremely transparent. They told us every detail, everything that they knew.
We need to know on the council exactly what is going on, where the money's going, who we're employing. And again, at the end of the day, we need to know because the constituents that we represent, they want to know.
How come it took a mass shooting where we saw 30 people shot, 2 dead, for the council to really seem to take an interest in the way MONSE is operating in the Safe Streets program?
Well, I wouldn't just point a finger on MONSE. I think overall, as I mentioned early on, like the government, I think has failed. Our city is dying.
Should MONSE be getting the level of funding that it is?
Right now, I think that until we start to see transparency in data, I think that money should be held to a halt.
We are pouring more than $20 million a year into an agency that has grown exponentially that does not have a handle on what is happening.
Now, Safe Streets was at the block party, de-escalating several conflicts before the shooting occurred. And Safe Streets never warned police, despite reports that people were armed. After last night's hearing, council members agree that it's critical the city improve its communication. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore police are also in the spotlight over their response in Brooklyn. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley admits his office missed some signs in the hours leading up to that shooting.
Our team coverage continues with Shannon Lilly, who's live in studio with what went wrong.
Well, there are still a lot of questions, Taylor and Tom, but bottom line, the police commissioner still cannot explain why his agency knew nothing of this block party that drew some 800 people to Brooklyn. And it's a block party that became one of the largest mass shootings this city has seen.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
Acting Commissioner Rich Worley addressing city council members in a hearing last night. Council members pressed Worley about the department's failure to learn about the block party and mobilize its resources. Well, the police commissioner says the department did receive several 911 calls from the Brooklyn area the night of the party, but officers never requested the need for help.
A party of that magnitude, no matter how many officers were in the Southern District, they could not handle that party alone. So they would have had to reach for extra resources, which we had available throughout the city that we could have sent there.
Do we know if that happened, or
As far as we know, no.
It just seems like time and time again, there were so many different levers for us to trigger and engage a community and do it the right way that it's just very, very troublesome.
You can hear that frustration there. Worley says his department, though, is working nonstop to understand what happened that night, and he vows to have a final report on the incident in 45 days. Meanwhile, some council members are calling for an independent investigation to ensure all of these questions are answered. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor?
Well, the mass shooting was the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. He took over the department less than a month before the shooting occurred on June 8th. This is after former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down. Well, we've been pressing the mayor's office for answers on the abrupt change for weeks now. We have been asking for a copy of Harrison's resignation notice. The mayor's office refuses to hand it over, saying it's a personal matter. We've also asked if Harrison was ever asked to resign or if he resigned on his own accord, why he resigned 8 months before his contract ended, and does the public deserve to know the terms of Harrison's resignation?
And now we're learning more about the transfer of power. In an interview with another news outlet in Baltimore, Harrison and Scott revealing Worley found out he was chosen as police commissioner less than 12 hours before the announcement was made public. Now, in the wake of the shooting, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott whether he still has confidence in Worley to lead the police department. Take a listen.
Has it swayed your confidence in Worley as the next commissioner for Baltimore?
No.
Now, it is important to note Harrison gave the mayor that 90-day resignation notice and is still on the payroll. And it's not clear when confirmation hearings for Worley will begin. There are also questions about Worley's residency. The city charter requires the police commissioner to live in the city and be registered as a voter in Baltimore. Worley currently lives in Anne Arundel County.
We wanted to hear from you. Do you think the public deserves to know if Harrison resigned or was fired? So far, 100% of people 94% of people who voted say yes, 6% say no. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore's police department in the hot seat after admitting it made some mistakes during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. We'll have Monzi's response and where Safe Streets was during the block party that turned deadly.
The Ukrainian president shares his frustration when it comes to disagreements over NATO membership. Still ahead this morning, why many believe now is not the right time.
A really pretty start to your Friday morning. We've got that sun that is up now and a few clouds out there making it feel nice, but we're going to have to deal with some showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. We'll talk about it coming up. 6:10 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. Hey, really pretty start to your Friday morning. Yeah, it's a little humid, but look at that sun that is popping through those clouds, making just for a very pretty sunrise. I strongly encourage you to get outside and check it out. And yeah, before the showers and storms, excuse me, work in later this afternoon. Get your exercise in outside, running or jogging, upper 70s next couple of hours. Yeah, a little on the warm side. We're not going to be as hot today. Actually, we hit 96 yesterday. We're only going to get to about 90 today, but with the humidity, it's going to still feel like we're in those mid to upper 90s, tracking some of those showers and storms later today. We'll do it for you. Coming up in our future scan, we'll take you hour by hour and let you know exactly what you need to know. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. This summer, Sinclair partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. Just scan the QR code you see right there to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need.
You can donate today for a healthier future for your little loved ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
And we need you. Come see us. Operation Backpack is back. Come by, bring a backpack, bring some school supplies for kids who need it. We're here all morning. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, and it's giveaway weekend at Camden Yards.
Just ahead, we're showing off what you could take home if you're early to the games happening starting tonight. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all we need to find exactly what the weather's going to be like, especially if you're heading out to Camden Yards this weekend.
Anything outside this weekend, there's so much going on. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here to fill us in.
National French Fry Day and National Mac and Cheese Day.
Wait, controversial on French Fry Day because it was kind of yesterday.
I know.
Today.
They changed it to the second Friday of July or something like that. Yeah, Friday.
Be on a Friday.
Keep it carby. Yeah. Keep it carby.
That's right. Either way.
That's a good way to look at it. I like that. I've never had French fries and mac and cheese in the same meal because I feel like they don't go. You know what I mean? Like it's like one side. So anyway. When I lived in the South, it was meat and three, man. They're like, yeah, meat and three. What kind of vegetables you want? Mac and cheese, collard greens. I'm like, mac and cheese is a vegetable? Absolutely. Absolutely in the dirty South. All right, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, beautiful shot. I strongly recommend you look at the TV real quick. Look at that. It's just beautiful. Bringing it all in there. You can see the nice blue skies out there as well. Our temperatures, yeah, a little on the warmer side. 77 your current temperature. At BWI Thurgood Marshall, the humidity at 64% with a dew point at 64 degrees, but those dew points are going to go up. We're talking low to mid 70s. And when you get the dew points in the 70s, you know what that means. It's that hot, hazy, humid conditions that we see around here in summertime in Baltimore. That's going to put our feels like temperatures, especially this weekend for tomorrow and Sunday, in those mid to upper 90s. So we're talking about that feels like number that is going to be where you don't necessarily want to be outside, even though we know we want to be outside because it's summer, right? Our HDA radar is not looking too bad right now. A few showers that have been up near Philadelphia, also down to the south in Richmond and all the way down through Virginia Beach as well. But we're dry here, at least at the surface. The ridge of high pressure sliding off to the east. There's that cold front moving in from the west, and that is what's going to help to fire off some of those thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon. Notice up and down the East Coast from the Carolinas all the way through the Mid-Atlantic, the DMV, up into the Northeast, a marginal risk for severe weather. So that green is a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center, which means some of these storms could get a little bit out of control as we get later into the afternoon, talking about damaging wind gusts and some heavy rain as well. That's going to be the biggest threat that we'll be facing later today. But notice there's not a lot popping up. This is the hourly future scan, and these model runs keep kind of backing off. So a couple of pop-up showers and storms here and there in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour, possibly by about 5 p.m. right over Baltimore City. So watch for those thunderstorms to develop. 7 p.m. for the O's game tonight starts off dry, but then maybe 8 and 9 o'clock could see a straight shower or two. Some possible delays for that O's game tonight at Camden Yards. If you do want to get out to the pool today, remember, same thing. You see some of those storms fire up, you got to get inside. Lower 80s by 10 a.m. on your Splashcast UV index, still in the very high category. And make sure to get the watering done early. Even if you don't get any rain, try to get that watering done. Jess, in the outdoors, we have to get our plants watered. They need some water. So she's home, she can water them. Lower 90s through Sunday, we do have that chance for off and on showers and storms each afternoon. Then we are a little bit drier, but we keep the 90s with us next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Friday morning, no issues to report around the Baltimore region. Traffic is moving along swimmingly. Yeah. I said it. Speaking of swimmingly, let's find out if your mass transit is moving along the same way. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. We've got a cancellation on the MARC train system. It's 10 train 413 that canceled this morning, but the other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues, looking good, in fact, in both directions of that service. Metro Subway Link dealing with single tracking out there, and as a result, you'll take delays here and there throughout the day. Right now, running 15 minutes late, so certainly allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark.
All right, Ukraine wants to join NATO, but many are questioning the timing of it. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us now live. Now, Armstrong, all 30 countries of NATO have offered support to Ukraine, and they're continuing to back them. Why is the president saying their bid to enter NATO is premature?
Well, Kayla, first, good morning. Well, it's impossible. Ukraine is at war with Russia. And what is important for Zelensky, if you're in his shoes, is that he left Ukraine saying that he was going to the NATO conference and demand that Ukraine is admitted, because what that does, if he is admitted, it forces the NATO allies, including the United States, to escalate and engage in war with Russia to protect their NATO allies. And that just cannot happen. The last thing they want is further aggression with Russia when you have all those nukes just laying around all over Europe. That cannot happen. And so Zelensky led his people to believe that what was happen, but the president, our president, pushed back and said, no, it's not that it's immature, it's just not going to happen. And then Zelensky, who left yesterday to go back home, said there's people that it was successful, that he got more ammunitions and more commitments. But Taylor, Zelensky came to NATO and left the same way. He really got nothing. They pushed back on him. In fact, the foreign minister of Great Britain said, man, you're being ungrateful, you're being arrogant and rude. And then he all of a sudden decided to show gratitude and appreciation for what has been done for him so far. And then you look at him, he's dressed in these fatigues. He doesn't look presidential. You can see him in some of the photo ops. He's trying to pull off what Castro did, but Castro had a long history of experience, of success. And so, it just didn't work out for him. And Ukraine is being destroyed. It's been obliterated by Russia.
Question, Armstrong, does this speak to the international support for Ukraine? What should we take from this as they try to enter, not for the first time, for the second time at least? What does this say about the international support for them as they continue on this war with Russia?
They can give him as much as they can, but to the point of furthering the aggression and getting involved, and which we talk about Iran and China, all the nations that are against the United States and NATO, is just not worth it for World War III. Because if that happens, Taylor, remember this, we will find ourselves entering into World War III, and it may be nuclear weapons, and no one wants that. So the problem is he's out on an island by himself. There's not much more they can do. He's been annihilated. And it's another admission, Taylor, he's not really winning the conflict. All this media narrative that he's been winning and making progress is just basically not true.
All right, we'll leave it right there. Thank you so much, Armstrong Williams.
Thank you.
Monzi lays out its response to the mass shooting in Brooklyn. Still ahead this morning, the key part of the timeline that they left out.
And the Baltimore mayor stepping up, saying more needs to be done when it comes to juvenile justice. What he hopes to add in the next legislative session. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
Well, from pencils to backpacks, IKEA is benefiting both students and teachers this next school year.
Mark Clark live at IKEA Baltimore this morning, and he's been there all morning long showing us how everyone can help out with this. Mark, I was just asking Taylor, remember the pencil eraser toppers? You get them in all different forms. She looked at me like I had a third eye.
Yes. Okay, Tom, don't give out the old secrets. The young people don't remember that stuff. But you know what? We're going to collect all that good stuff here. We have, of course, Volunteers of America, Brandy. We have Kimmy, you remember Kimmy from IKEA. And so, Brandy, excited about today. Great partnerships. Tell us about what's happening today.
Oh my goodness. Volunteers of America, Chesapeake and the Carolinas is here to implement Operation Backpack.
Let's go.
Yes. We are here to make sure that we continue to serve the families of the DMV and the Carolinas. But here in Baltimore, for example, we served 35 families last year, and we served them by having year-round academic support. We want to do even bigger and better this year. We're looking to make sure that we raise all of the backpacks, brand new backpacks, school supplies, and we're doing that in partnership with Baltimore County Police, IKEA, WellPoint, and we are just super duper excited about it, and of course, FOX45.
Here we go.
So what we want to do is we want two things: brand new book bags, school supplies, but we also want to raise $50,000 to continue that academic support year long. So come on down. We're excited about this.
Look, that's what I'm talking about. So Brandy and Kimmy, somebody who's just excited as you, Kimmy.
I have to match that energy. Oh my goodness.
We have to wrap up, but give us a little something.
All right, well, we're going to be here all day till 4 o'clock. Come down and stuff the cruiser. Help us out. Make some donations. We have items ranging from 99 cents to $17.99. They're placed at our checkouts, and you can make a purchase and come out here and join the fun.
I love it again. Two people who are more excited than me this morning. Come out and see us, donate. It's a great cause. And again, we're here all morning, but also you can do it actually tomorrow also. But we'll tell you about that later on.
All right, yeah. The party's going on at IKEA Baltimore, 8 to 4 today.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well,
the party's going on, yes.
Stuff, put it in our cruiser. You can stop by that IKEA Baltimore today, 8 to 4 o'clock.
If you're thinking about going to get coffee, forget about it. Just stop by that IKEA and hang out with Mark and those ladies. My goodness, talk about the energy. Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslink if you want to find ways you can help. Great news, a new cancer clinical trial is happening right here in Baltimore coming up this morning. The promising results that could have patients living longer lives in remission.
Safe Streets facing City Council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why Council still has questions and concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Friday morning to you this July 14th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and there is a lot going on this weekend. It depends on the weather as we're talking about possibility of some storms today.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't mess up the Orioles game tonight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast.
That's what we're trying to keep those storms away, guys. Maybe some delays for the first pitch at 7:05. That's what we're looking at right now. We'll take a closer look at that forecast and show you hour by hour coming up in a moment. But our Towson camera looking very nice right now. We do have some clouds out there. Those clouds overnight kind of kept the temperatures warm. We hit 96 yesterday afternoon and woke up this morning in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Mid to upper 60s for Western Maryland. Westminster, you're at 73, lower 70s in Laurel, almost 80 in Annapolis, and 77 in Baltimore City at this hour. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go next couple of hours in your morning drive, keeping those upper 70s and lower 80s, maybe needing the AC as you're getting out to work this morning. And on your snowball cast, if you like the egg custard with the marshmallow like my wife does, well, get it out there and enjoy it before it melts. Lower 90s for the next couple of days, but we carry that chance for storms each afternoon. Breaking it down a little bit more in detail coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
The Baltimore Police Department admitting it made some mistakes when it comes to the July 2nd mass shooting at Brooklyn Homes. Members of the department sat in the hot seat last night, facing some tough criticism from city council members during a hearing into the shooting's response.
Now, while the department is admitting those mistakes, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement was not as transparent. Fox 45's Olivia Dance joins us live to explain.
That's right, Taylor and Tom. There are still many unanswered questions, despite City Council demanding more transparency from Safe Streets. Now, the hearing happened yesterday right here at City Hall, and at times it was very tense and ultimately ended with several council members feeling dissatisfied with the answers from Safe Streets. Safe Streets is the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE's gun violence prevention program. 4 Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day block party an hour before it turned deadly, never telling police about the potential threats, despite reports people were armed. MONSE's interim director saying now 5 mediations were completed by Safe Streets workers, but couldn't answer council members when they asked for more details about those mediations. Councilman Schleifer demanding to know if the 5 mediations done by Safe Streets workers involved guns or not.
Can you walk us through what MONSE knew when they knew it? We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
I 100%
and so,
agree.
in order to understand what went wrong and how we can assure that never happens again, these basic questions need to be answered. And so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public? What is the problem?
I would have to defer, again, respectfully to MONSE as to whether or not they want to share what's been shared with them.
I don't have an itemized breakdown of all 5 of the conflicts with specifics, but I can share the nature of those. I'm not aware of weapons being involved in any of the conflicts that were mediated in that 5.
If you want to answer the questions and you want to get into detail, let's do this.
As you just saw, Councilman Schleifer questioned the interim director of MONSE, as well as Kevin Keegan, who manages Safe Streets Brooklyn site alongside Catholic Charities. Keegan said the mediations were eventually reported in the software Safe Streets uses to track mediations, but that information has yet to be made public. It's still unclear if the people involved in the mediations were connected to the shootings at all. Ultimately, MONSE never admitting any fault or taking accountability, instead touting the resources they're now providing to the Brooklyn community in the wake of the mass shooting. Of course, Fox 45 News will keep pressing for answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, Mayor Brandon Scott is joining the calls for a stronger juvenile crime response at the state level. This comes on the heels of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now with what he says needs to change. Shannon?
Well, the mayor is specifically pointing, Tom, to issues with Maryland's at-home monitoring system, and he wants immediate automatic notification and action in place when a juvenile is in violation of their home monitoring orders. But beyond that, he is vowing to do what it takes next session to address juvenile crime. Take a listen.
You know that I think there's something need to change. You know, I had a bill in Annapolis this year around home monitoring and the notification around home monitoring. No one, a juvenile or adult, should be able to be outside of where they're supposed to be for 48 hours before any notification happens. And if someone breaks that, then they should be able to be detained by law enforcement. But what I am going to do is go back this session and work with our General Assembly, work with our governor to make sure that we are changing anything that needs to be changed. But my focus is going to be on those that I know are allowing crimes to be committed against those juveniles and by them.
Now, there are two new laws in the state that many of Maryland's top prosecutors calling into question, and that's the Juvenile Justice Reform Act and the Child Interrogation Protection Act, both of 2022. Now, many prosecutors say these laws make it more difficult to hold juveniles accountable. The Child Interrogation Protection Act hampers police's ability to question juvenile suspects or witnesses. And under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, those 13 and under are limited to charges for crimes of violence, and a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged. The law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies, which prosecutors argue may not be enough time to get those kids the resources they need. Those that support the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, though, argue that criminalizing children is not going to make the state a safer place. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly.
Black Lives Matter is celebrating its 10th anniversary. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. I'll tell you about the controversial organization's renewed push to defund the police.
Monzi received an influx of money, but where is it all going? Still ahead this morning, the issues we're highlighting with the money heading towards nonprofits.
And we could see some pop-up storms. Our Weather Authority team is tracking when we could see them and when we could dry out. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
We know it's still summer, but believe it or not, the school year is right around the corner, and IKEA is partnering with the Baltimore County Police Department to help provide school supplies for some students.
That's right. Mark Clark is live at IKEA Baltimore with how you can make an impact in a student's life. You got a whole setup there. You got officers and a lot of energy.
That's right. Captain Borowski is here with us now. What are we stuffing, Captain?
We're stuffing this bus right here, this vehicle. We're
right
gonna
here.
Stuff it with school supplies, backpacks. We're out here partnering with all the local organizations to stuff this van.
That's right. You heard him. You heard him. That's what we're going to do. They're going to be here, and again, actually tomorrow also.
Yeah,
stuffing. We're
going to be here all day today till 4 p.m. and all day tomorrow. You can also come next week to any of our 10 precincts in Baltimore County and drop off any supplies in the boxes.
He's the man. And then Kimmy's back.
I'm back.
Kimmy, what's going on?
All right, so we are excited to help stuff the cruiser.
Yep.
So come on down and visit us. We have school supplies in the store. If you didn't know about this, come on down. We have easy access in the checkouts, and then you can make a donation. We're really excited to be here. We're making a difference and hopefully a lasting impact.
I know, a great cause. Come by. It's going to be a beautiful day, and we're here all morning long, and actually we're here throughout the evening. So, you know what to do, guys. Come see us.
And Mark, I did not know that IKEA had school supplies. I knew they had meatballs. I knew that, and a whole lot of boxes of stuff that you have to put together. I did not know they had school supplies.
That's right.
Good to know.
And the berry, don't forget about the lingonberry thing. They got that too, but
yeah,
that's another conversation time.
Thanks, Mark. Again, you can help Fox 45 stuff that cruiser with school supplies. Stop by the IKEA Baltimore today from 8 to 4. Again, they're going to be out there again tomorrow, too.
And for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
If you live in the Baltimore area, there's a warning this morning when it comes to your water. Still ahead, the reason you'll want to restrict any extra water use today.
And we're following our big story, the Baltimore City Council hearing into the deadly mass shooting in Brooklyn Homes. Just ahead, the answers we still need even after the meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Baltimore Police Department was in the hot seat last night, facing some criticism from city council members during a hearing into their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. While the department is admitting its mistakes, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, was not as transparent. Fox 45's Olivia Dance joining us live. And Olivia, do council members feel satisfied with how last night's hearing went?
No, Tom. In fact, there are still many unanswered questions and concerns with how Safe Streets responded to the Brooklyn Day block party that turned deadly. Now, the hearing happened yesterday right here at City Hall, and at times it was tense and ultimately ended with several council members feeling dissatisfied with the answers from Safe Streets. 4 Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day block party an hour before it turned deadly. Never telling police about the potential threats, despite reports that people were armed. MONSE's interim director saying now 5 mediations were completed by Safe Streets workers, but couldn't answer council members when they asked for more details about those mediations. It's still unclear if the people involved in the mediations were connected to the shootings at all. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll take a closer look at what concerns council members still have with Safe Streets. Back to you.
Now, as we mentioned, the Baltimore City Police Department also under the microscope last night of its handling over this Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Shannon Lilly joins us now. There are still a lot of questions, right?
Yeah, there absolutely are a lot of questions, Taylor, but Acting Commissioner Worley is admitting that mistakes were made. He says the department missed a lot of points and indicators that this was happening. In fact, police received several 911 calls from the Brooklyn area the night of the party, according to Worley, but officers never requested the need for help. Now, Worley says his department is working nonstop to fully understand what happened that night. When we could have those answers, plus the tough questions from city council members, that's coming up in about 15 minutes. Tom.
And in Baltimore City, issuing a voluntary water restriction for the city, Baltimore County, as well as Harford and Howard counties after a fire at a pumping station right at Cromwell Bridge Road. Officials say the fire caused the pumping station to lose power and damage 2 of their pumps, straining the system. Residents are being asked to cut back on the amount of water that you use and avoid any excess use that may put more stress on the system while repairs are underway.
Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will announce the newly formed Mayor's Office of Small and Minority Business Advocacy and Development. He's going to swear in the agency's new director, Christopher Lundy. That's all happening at 10 a.m. this morning at the Baltimore County City Hall, ceremonial room. All righty, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, he's talking about these things. We'll talk about this in just a little bit. But if you're going out to Camden Yards, and do you have to grab the poncho for tonight?
I would just have it maybe handy because we might see some showers right as we get into game time, about 7:05. Some of those storms in the afternoon.
All right. Okay. So then clear out before the end of the game.
That's what we're hoping for. Yeah, exactly right. But yeah, getting back to baseball here in Charm City. Nice 6-game homestand. A couple of National League teams, the Marlins coming in this weekend, and then the Dodgers will be here on Monday. So a lot of West Coast folks maybe making the trip out to Baltimore. Maybe there's some Dodgers fans. I know my buddy Ed in Canton, big Dodgers fan. He's going to the game on Wednesday next week. So our live cam in Towson, we do have a mix of clouds and sun out there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And checking our temperatures, most of us are hanging out in the mid to upper 70s. Not much wind to speak of at this time. Notice that dew point temp at 64 degrees. These dew point numbers are going to rise. We're talking about low to mid 70s for your dew points today, tomorrow, and Sunday. That is going to put the heat index values in the mid to upper 90s, even close to triple digits for Saturday and Sunday. So even though our temperatures are a little cooler than where we've been the last few days, it's going to feel hotter with that combination of heat and humidity. That's what the heat index is. We are seeing a few showers. If you're traveling north on 95, north of Philly up toward New York City, also south as you head down towards southern Virginia, where we've been tracking a few showers and a couple of pop-up thunderstorms for the morning time. It's all this next weather maker, which is this big cold front moving in from the west. And we've got all of the heat and humidity building today. Then that cold air rushes in, and that's when we see the potential for some of those storms to fire up. All along the East Coast, from the DMV up into the Northeast and down to the Carolinas, a marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but still big bears watching for the afternoon. Now, here's our hourly future scan. Again, next couple of hours staying dry, some pockets of sunshine heating us up. And then as we get to about 3, 4 o'clock, you'll start to see some of those thunderstorms develop. Those models here about 5 p.m. bringing those chances for showers and storms right across the 95 corridor. This is 7 p.m. and we're still supposed to get the game started tonight. And again, a few more of those pop-up showers could be around. Obviously, if there's a thunderstorm, that's when you got to take cover and be safe. So here's a look at your O's cast. Back at it tonight. The Marlins in town. 7:05 first pitch. 84 degrees for that first pitch, and numbers will stay into the muggy 80s through the rest of the game as well. They just released the schedule for next year's MLB season, and Manny Machado is coming back to Baltimore, so that should be fun. All right, lower 90s here for the weekend, then we're back to the mid-90s as we head into Monday and Tuesday next week, and it will be a little bit drier as well.
Let's talk more about the O's. Taking a live look over Camden Yards this morning, the Orioles will be taking on the Marlins tonight. First pitch, 7:05. Fans invited to stay after the game for the first Friday fireworks show of the year. If you head to Saturday's game, you could get a free Orioles soccer jersey, but it's only for the first 25,000 fans, ages 15 and up. Then Sunday, first 15,000 fans ages 15 and over will get a free Austin Hayes t-shirt. So hazy Sunday, soccer Saturday, fireworks Friday.
I like this thing.
It is nice.
It's because it says Birdland FC 23. You know, I mean,
it looks like a nice wear for sure. I can pair that with some sneakers.
Yep. And then we got the Austin Hayes shirt right here.
Yeah, going back cotton. This one is what, like the, you know, what's that material they use for this one? Rayon? Yeah.
Polyester?
Like rayon. Yeah, something like that, you know? Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? Come on, we're talking about the stuff. Yeah, that looks cool. I don't think that's going to fit you there, sir.
No.
Do not put that on.
It'd be a medium.
Are these for you guys? I think we're giving these out.
No, we're not giving these out.
No, we're not giving these out.
The O's are giving them out.
The O's are giving them out.
So
Wow.
fireworks tonight, shirts for the weekend. Should be a good time.
Loving it. And all this morning, we are stuffing the cruiser to make sure kids are ready for this upcoming school year. The easy way you can help someone in need today.
Lights, camera. Let's go on strike. Still ahead, we're breaking down the impacts on the Hollywood writers' strike now that the actors have joined them along the picket lines. Yeah.
Yeah. And now that our movies are going to be out, I guess we need to just really buckle down and focus on work. Just
focus on work. That's right. Forget about it. Your entertainment is gone. So let's just drink some caffeine and get back to work.
Coffee break.
Well, happening now, Black Lives Matter celebrating its 10th anniversary.
The movement was birthed after the acquittal of George Zimmerman, who said he was acting in self-defense when he shot and killed an unarmed black man, 17-year-old Trayvon Martin in Florida.
Black Lives Matter is now renewing their push to defund the police. National Desk Janae Bowens explains.
A racist institution rooted in white supremacy.
After 10 years, Black Lives Matter says it's still defund the police and invest in black communities.
260 violent riots just in the last 3 years in the name of Black Lives Matter, where not just police officers, but citizens have been killed, have been injured.
Sergeant Betsy Smith with the National Police Association says BLM's defund the police movement is not only unthinkable, but also part of the reason 9 out of 10 police departments across the country are short-staffed.
The demonization of the American law enforcement officer, combined with the attacks on the criminal justice system in the United States, have led to rising crime rates.
The country largely disagrees with BLM. A 2021 poll from USA Today found fewer than 1 in 5 supported defunding the police. And a 2022 poll of black voters from the GRIO and the Kaiser Family Foundation found 17% support decreasing funding for police departments and 34% support increasing funding for police.
When you try to destroy proactive policing, it's not really the police you're punishing. It's the American public.
Evilise Correa is vice president of a local Black Lives Matter chapter. And like the national organization, she says the solution to crime is not policing.
So we just got over a record pandemic. So something that we've never seen in our lifetime. People were cooped up. There's record poverty. Of course, crime is going to go up. Address those mental health concerns, address the housing, address the food insecurity.
The majority of Americans do not want to defund the police, but polling from Gallup shows the majority are in favor of some sort of police reform. And support for Black Lives Matter has dropped. A Pew Research poll shows less than 10% of Americans say BLM has improved the lives of black people. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Janae Bowens.
In Baltimore, in the wake of the Brooklyn mass shooting where 30 people were shot, 2 killed, police staffing has been called into question.
Now, with massive police shortages within BPD, they're needing help.
According to the numbers from Baltimore's Police Department headquarters, as of June 29th, the department has 527 sworn vacancies.
Baltimore's police union says just 7 officers were patrolling the Southern District at the time of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And even police now say they didn't know about it until hours before.
Now, after another mass shooting along York Road and Cold Spring Lane last month, one community member called on help from the National Guard.
Baltimore police admitting they made mistakes leading up to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. What went wrong and the tough questions from council members, that's coming up.
And Safe Streets facing City Council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why Council still has several questions and concerns.
Our temperatures definitely warm this morning. We're tracking some showers, possible thunderstorms for the afternoon and into the weekend. We'll break it down right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6:59 on this Friday morning. Yes, we're starting to wake up, and the weather looks beautiful right now.
Definitely hoping those showers don't impact these afternoon plans. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that we are going to have to watch out and keep our eyes to the sky for some of those storms developing, especially later part of the afternoon into the early evening on your Friday, and then a few more of those off and on showers into the weekend as well. But yeah, it is very pretty outside right now. In fact, it doesn't feel too bad. Yes, it's muggy. It's warm. Our numbers have been hanging out in the 70s for most of the morning, even some lower 80s as well. A warm Friday morning, off and on showers and storms for the afternoon, and then that muggy and warm weekend will continue. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Probably need the AC after about 8, 9 o'clock if you're out and about driving around for today. And on a 3T cast, 90 today. Will actually be cooler today. It's not going to feel that way, however, with that humidity that's rolling in. And then lower 90s again tomorrow with another chance of some storms. Breaking it all down for you. Well, we're on that big green wall coming up in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and a look at Charles Street right near the loop this morning here. And you see some bees buzzing around. Looks like a wasp, yeah, making maybe a nest around that camera. But everyone else is moving along just fine. If you're heading down the ocean, wide open roadways for you right now.
Although I appreciate the honesty and straightforwardness that we've gotten in some instances, we haven't gotten very many answers.
Now this morning, a city council hearing on the response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting raising even more questions.
The Baltimore Police Department and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, facing tough criticism from council members and residents alike. The police department did admit they made mistakes, like missing key indicators before the shooting. They also said there was a communication breakdown. Now,
MONSE, on the other hand, not so transparent.
The police department was very transparent about what they knew when they knew it, but I noticed on the MONSE slides, you started from the next morning. These basic questions need to be answered, and so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public?
Now this morning we have live team coverage of what was and what was not said during last night's hearing. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live here in studio with us for details on the police response to the Brooklyn Homes area.
We start with Olivia Dan. She's live in front of City Hall with what happened when Fox 45 News pressed council members on MONSE's responses. Olivia?
Hey, Tom, there are still many questions and concerns with how Safe Streets responded to the Brooklyn Day block party that turned deadly. And after last night's council hearing, many were left needing more answers. So Fox 45 News pressed for those answers. Take a listen.
They're the only ones who didn't answer questions tonight. BPD was extremely transparent. They told us every detail, everything that they knew.
We need to know on the council exactly what is going on, where the money's going, who we're employing. And again, at the end of the day, we need to know because the constituents that we represent, they want to know.
How come it took a mass shooting where we saw 30 people shot, 2 dead, for the council to really seem to take an interest in the way MONSE is operating in the Safe Streets program?
Well, I wouldn't just point a finger on MONSE. I think overall, as I mentioned early on, like the government, I think has failed. Our city is dying.
Should MONSE be getting the level of funding that it is?
Right now, I think that until we start to see transparency in data, I think that money should be held to a halt.
We are pouring more than $20 million a year into an agency that has grown exponentially that does not have a handle on what is happening.
Safe Streets was at the block party, de-escalating several conflicts before the shooting occurred, and Safe Streets never warned police despite reports that people were armed. After last night's hearing, several council members say it's critical for the city to improve its communication. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Baltimore police are also in the spotlight over their response in Brooklyn. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley admits his office missed some signs into the hours leading up to that shooting. And we continue our team coverage with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live in studio with what went wrong. Shannon?
Well, there's still a lot of questions here, Tom, but bottom line, the police commissioner still can't explain why his agency knew nothing of this block party that drew some 800 people to Brooklyn. And it's a block party that became one of the largest mass shootings this city has ever seen.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
That's Acting Commissioner Rich Worley addressing city council members in a hearing last night. Council members pressed Worley about the department's failure to learn about the block party and mobilize its resources. The police commissioner says the department did receive several 911 calls from the Brooklyn area the night of the party, but officers never requested the need for help.
A party of that magnitude, no matter how many officers were in the Southern District, they could not handle that party alone. So they would have had to reach for extra resources, which we had available throughout the city that we could have sent there.
Do we know if that happened? Or
as far as we know, no.
It just seems like time and time again, there were so many different levers for us to trigger and engage a community and do it the right way that it's just very, very troublesome.
Well, Worley says his department is working nonstop to understand what happened that night. He vows to have a final report on the incident in 45 days. Meanwhile, some council members are calling for an independent investigation to ensure that all questions are answered. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor?
The mass shooting was the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. He took over the department less than a month before the shooting occurred on June 8th. This came after former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down. We've been asking the mayor's office for answers on that abrupt change for weeks. We've been asking for a copy of Harrison's resignation notice, the mayor's office refusing to hand that over, saying it's a personal matter. We also asked if Harrison was asked to resign or if he resigned on his own accord. Why he resigned just 8 months before his contract was slated to end, and does the public deserve to know the terms of Harrison's resignation?
Well, now we're learning a little bit more about the transfer of power. In an interview with another news outlet, Harrison and Mayor Scott revealing Worley found out that he was chosen as police commissioner less than 12 hours before the announcement was made public. In the wake of the shooting, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott whether he still has confidence in Worley to lead the police department. Take a listen.
Has it swayed your confidence in Worley as the next commissioner for Baltimore?
No.
It's important to note Harrison is still on the payroll, and it's not clear when confirmation hearings for Worley will begin. There are also questions about Worley's residency. The city charter requires the police commissioner to live in Baltimore City and be registered voter in Baltimore. Worley currently lives in Anne Arundel County.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the public deserves to know if Harrison resigned or was fired? So far, 95% of voters say yes, 5% saying no. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/news links to weigh in.
7:07 on this Friday morning. We need to get another check with the forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Sitting outside yesterday was nice, but boy, was I sweating after 10 minutes. Is that going to be the case today?
It's going to be the case even more so today. Taylor, Tom, good morning to both of you. And throughout the weekend, we're going to keep increasing that humidity. So, yeah, we had a high of 96 yesterday afternoon. Temperatures today will be cooler. Humidity numbers are going to be up there starting today and into the next few days. But a really pretty shot here now from the top of the Transamerica building. Just love when you get those clouds look like that with that sun that is up there and obviously that humidity that is around. And our temperatures have been warm most of the morning. Mid-60s in western Maryland, 68 Cumberland, 71 for you in Hagerstown, 73 in Westminster, even upper 70s for Bel Air out through the eastern shore into Queen Anne's and Kent County, 79 Chestertown, your temperature this hour. So you're out the door cast? Yeah, definitely have those sunglasses on. Really no need for the jacket, but keep the umbrella with you just in case you run into some of those showers and storms, especially later today. And hopefully some of your yards will get some of that water from Mother Nature so you won't have to do the watering. But yard and gardening cast earlier or later, the better, because the middle of the day is still going to be hot or warm and muggy. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic. The Len Stoller Traffic Network showing us a live look of the traffic map. Lots of green out there. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
Baltimore County police officers keeping our students safe. They are also helping to collect some school supplies, and we're going to be checking in with Mark Clark here in just a little bit because he's hanging out for a great project this morning.
That's right. And he's at IKEA. We're collecting a whole bunch of school supplies.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great one. Stick around for that. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our teases.
Fox 45 continues digging for answers following the city council hearing on Brooklyn Day mass shooting. The questions that still need to be answered from Monzi.
Plus, top prosecutors across the state say their hands are tied with recent juvenile justice laws. What the mayor says needs to change to make sure young criminals are held accountable. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:12, and Baltimore police and local leaders met for a city council hearing to explain the breakdown in communication for the Brooklyn Homes annual block party that ended with the largest mass shooting in Baltimore City history. 2 people killed, 28 others injured. Well, joining us now, community activist and the founder of Act Now Baltimore, Reverend Al Hathaway. Reverend, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
Sure. This was a meeting a lot of people were anticipating. We wanted to find the answers. How was there a breakdown? You start seeing the questions coming from city councilors saying, okay, something's going to happen tonight. 4-hour meeting. What was your takeaway?
You know, I left it with basically 2 things. One, I think we need to have our council people ask questions in a more succinct manner.
Okay.
That's one. The second thing that I came away with is that we need to have agencies give their slides in a more graphic manner. It was like they were written reports, and so you couldn't really distinguish the information that was on the slides. That was my first observation.
The presentation, poor presentation, but going back to the questioning, what do you mean? Can you give us an example? We only heard some of the questions that we've been running this morning, and obviously they're edited down with us to give them a little bit quicker push, but you saw they were just too wordy?
Yeah, well, for example, good friend, President Nick Mosby, as he gave an editorialization around equity, that was a whole presentation before he got to the actual question. And the question was, fundamentally, was there a difference in terms of response if you were in Fells Point or you're in Brooklyn Homes? And that could have been said more succinctly.
Could have just said that right there, exactly like that, and maybe put somebody more on the spot here. When we hear the responses and the answers, though, that was especially when you're talking to the new leader of Monzi right now with Mavronis, she started the day after. She started talking about things that they did afterwards, but when they kept coming back to where their weapons back and forth, you had other people coming up out of the audience. You had city leaders saying, and they would not address where their weapons during those conflicts, 3 to 4 conflicts. Then we found out last night there was actually 5 conflicts before the mass shooting.
You know, in my tradition, there's a saying, all things work together for the good. And in this instance, you find that all things are not working together. And as a result, you found that there was disconnect in terms of even the information. Where you had Councilman Izzy was asking a question. You had these 5 incidences where you have guns, and you didn't get a clear response. I think it's important that the agency heads, in terms of working for the people of the city of Baltimore, give succinct answers, clear answers, and those answers should not be colored by feelings or even trying to, as it appeared, to not give information that was needed.
Brooklyn Homes, the entire community, knew that this was coming up. Everyone there, hundreds of people, hundreds, if not more than thousands of people, knew that this block party was going on. It's an annual block party that they hold. How can the police department, Monzi, say that they didn't know that it was happening?
You know, in this instance, that we had HABC saying that there was one person, that one person passed, and therefore they lost communications with a whole community. That was just an improper response. It seems that the agency should have had more boots on the ground in terms of their maintenance staff, in terms of their managing staff.
But if you're Safe Streets and you're working that area, I mean, you have people there on the ground. They know that this was going to happen. They knew that there was going to be hundreds and hundreds of people gathering.
You know, it was clear that Safe Streets is being protected from giving information up to Monzi as well as to the police department. And the question is, and I think the councilman answered that, why? Why is that? It's important that they be a part of the process by which we police, by which we provide public safety, by which we ensure that there's accurate, real-time information that comes in the community.
Now we have to wait 45 days for the Baltimore Police Department, and Worley said last night he needs 45 days to give us a good report. Are we going to lose the steam here?
I think we're going to lose the steam. One, I think the council leaders should now, Conway, should have another hearing 45 days from now. Okay, what has happened? What we've done, what did we learn, now what will we do? I think there should be this it should be immediate, and then there should be a post-councilmatic hearing.
Reverend Al Hathaway, thank you so much. We appreciate your input.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Taylor.
All right, we've been seeing some warm temperatures in our region this past week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joins us now with a look at what we can expect today.
Yeah, 96 yesterday, pretty hot conditions out there yesterday, and the humidity started building, and then today we're going to see even more of that humidity. And all weekend, you're going to feel that soupy, muggy feeling, and definitely summertime here in the city. Looking at our downtown Baltimore camera, where you can see the sun and clouds that are out there right now. Officially 77 at BWI. We actually had some lower 80s earlier this morning when the We're first getting out of here about 3 or 4 o'clock hour this morning. 65 is your current dew point temperature. So we talk about the feels like numbers. We're going to see dew points slide into the 70s, into that gross category. So definitely that humidity is back. And let's check our feels like numbers here. This is our feels like temperatures for the heat index later this afternoon. Even though our air temperatures will be cooler with that increase in humidity, it will feel like the mid to upper 90s for this afternoon. And look what happens tomorrow. Some of us are going to feel like we're going to be in the triple digits here by Saturday afternoon. And that's with all of that humidity that's going to be around continuing even into Sunday as well. Ahoy, boaters and watermen, as you get out there on the water today, just know, yeah, a little steamy, lower 80s by 9 a.m. That south wind about 5 to 10 knots and waves about a foot or less. And wind picking up a little bit later this afternoon, but no small craft advisories to deal with. That low tide, 12:23 Fort McHenry, 4:54 for the high tide tonight. Again, those storms start rolling in, got to try to get off the water and be watching the skies and watching that FOX45 app. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. So look at this. We're pretty dry for most of the day. Right about 3, 4 o'clock, when we typically get those summertime buildups, that's when those storms are going to start brewing. And we'll keep them going into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour right off the north side of the bay. So that's why I mentioned that for boaters and watermen. Then 6, 7 o'clock tonight, trying to get that O's game going. We'll have a few showers and possible storms around. Not looking like anything widespread, but still with the potential for some of those storms. We have to definitely take it easy. Upper 70s next hour on your day planner, and numbers that'll get to the upper 80s by noontime, into those upper 80s and lower 90s for this afternoon. It's that feels like temperature, though, you have to pay attention to for the weekend. O's are back at it, as we mentioned, tonight all the way through next Wednesday. Nice little 6-game homestand for the second half of the season. Notice we keep the 90s through the middle of next week as well. We'll be a little bit drier by the time we get to Monday and Tuesday.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
7:19. Not only are Baltimore County police officers keeping our students safe, they're also helping collect school supplies.
That's right. Mark Clark is live at IKEA Baltimore with how you can partner alongside those officers and help us give back. Hey, Mark.
How's it going, Tom? Your friend here, Sergeant Knox, is all about safety. And Sergeant Knox, talk to us about that. As parents are getting ready to send the kids back to school, what should be aware of?
They should be aware of pedestrian safety. When they're navigating to and from school, make sure they're stopped looking and listening at crosswalks, making sure they don't enter into the street without looking both ways. If they're navigating with their earbuds in, make sure the volume is low, or even take one out to make sure you're aware of your surroundings. Always know where you are, and possibly walk with a friend. Transportation safety on school buses, make sure they're sitting down in the seats. That's their best protection in the event of an incident. Make sure they're listening to their school bus attendants and bus drivers, as those are your protection phases during that navigating. So just making sure they're being aware of their surroundings and being safe, and making sure that they're working with their school administrators and staff and staying safe throughout the next school year.
Well, Sergeant, thank you for all that you do. Again, so Tom, I know a little secret, you know a little secret about Sergeant here, but again, we're all about getting these backpacks, great cause. We're collecting them here. The officers will be collecting them not just today, but tomorrow also. But again, it's a great day, and it looks like we've got great weather that's going to cooperate with us.
Pilot that's standing next to you, Mark. Sergeant Knox, he's in my flying club with Justin and I, so yeah, he knows about the weather.
That's right. He said, oh, Tom's going to say something. I knew he would. Yep. In the flying clubs. Yeah. Can I join the Brotherhood? Can I join you guys?
Yes. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. It's a great club to be in. Definitely. Sergeant Knox, man, he's way ahead of me in his flight lessons. He's already a pilot. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Now, of course, you can help Fox 45 stuff the cruiser with school supplies just by stopping by, shaking Sergeant Knox's hand at the IKEA Baltimore today from 8 until 4.
And we've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Mayor Brandon Scott now weighing in on the changes needed to address juvenile crime. Still ahead, the laws on the books that some of Maryland's top attorneys are calling into question.
Lights, camera, strike. Actors have now joined screenwriters on the picket lines. What this means for the future of your favorite shows. 7:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Because the AMPTP remains unwilling to offer a fair deal on key issues essential to protecting the livelihoods of working actors and performers, SAG-AFTRA's national board unanimously voted to issue a strike order against the studios and streamers.
Taking you live to Hollywood this morning, you just saw Fran Drescher standing next to him, where actors have joined screenwriters on strike after talks of new contracts just collapsed.
Yeah, leaders from the actors union said they voted unanimously for a strike to begin at midnight Thursday. They believe union members deserve contracts reflective of the changes happening in the industry, with streaming, digital, and AI becoming the standard.
Union President Fran Drescher voicing her concerns, stating the business cannot exist without them.
We are labor, and we stand tall, and we demand respect and to be honored for our contribution. You share the wealth because you cannot exist without us.
Well, leaders say the strike is an instrument of last resort. It's the first time the two major Hollywood unions will stand on the picket line together since 1960. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers says the union, quote, dismissed our offer of historic pay and residual increases, substantially higher caps on pension and health contributions, audition protections, and shortened series options, a groundbreaking AI proposal that protects actors' digital likeness, and more. They say it will deepen the financial hardships for thousands of people who rely on this industry.
Well, so the next question would be, what will be impacted? Basically, all scripted film and TV shows in the U.S., except for independent productions not connected to major studios, they'll all be on pause. Fall TV lineups will be heavy with reality TV shows because new TV seasons will likely be delayed. News programs will continue right here at Fox 45, but Hollywood productions on streaming services like Netflix and Amazon Prime Video will be halted.
Oh, wow. Well, we're feeling hot in Baltimore, and the humidity, it's not helping. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we could see a cool down this afternoon. That's ahead in his full weather authority forecast.
All about Operation Backpack again, school supplies for the kids that need them. We need you. Come see us. We're here all morning long. Fox 45, make sure you make a stop and see us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, stretch it out, grab a coffee. Join us here for Friday, July 14th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
Tom Rogers, nice little 7:30 stretch we just did right there. You know, if you go to the baseball games, 7th inning stretch, well, here we do it at 7:30 because it's midway through one of the longest shows on television.
That is so true.
Fox 45 News.
All morning, actually, and
all
all
morning.
local.
Yes,
Isn't that
we
great?
are.
And we got your local weather right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Are we up to 7 hours now of nonstop coverage or something?
It feels like it.
No,
We're not going anywhere.
We're not going anywhere. And you know what? Wife just put up the O's flag. So, yes, O's are back in town. The second half of the baseball season is right around the corner, less than 12 hours from right now. Hopefully we get that game in, and we do have some storms that we have to get through by the time that we get into the afternoon. That humidity is definitely going to be climbing. So we've already got a little bit more cloud cover out there over our Towson, Cameron, York Road at this time. Mid to upper 70s and lower 80s. Mr. Bo says if you're out on your morning drive, probably need that AC within the next hour or two because we're already sweating to the oldies out there. And yeah, that ice cream is going to melt pretty quickly. Even with temps that will be cooler than yesterday, you have to factor in that increased humidity. So definitely getting that sweat on. Lower 90s for the next few days with that chance of thunderstorms today and into the weekend as well. We'll talk about how long those thunderstorm chances stay with us in just a few.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
Now, the Baltimore Police Department admitting mistakes were made when it comes to the second mass shooting in the city here at Brooklyn Homes. Members of the police department sat in the hot seat last night facing some tough criticism from city council during that hearing into the response.
While the department is admitting its mistakes, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, was not as transparent. In fact, Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is joining us live in front of City Hall this morning to explain. Olivia.
Hey, Tom, that's right. There are still many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets responded to the Brooklyn Day block party that turned deadly. And the hearing happened yesterday right here at City Hall. At times, it was very tense and ultimately ended with several council members feeling dissatisfied with the answers from Safe Streets. Now, Safe Streets is the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE's gun violence prevention program. 4 Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day block party an hour before it turned deadly, never telling police about the potential threats, despite reports that people were armed. MONSE's interim director is saying now 5 mediations were completed by Safe Streets workers, but couldn't answer council members when they asked for more details about those mediations. Councilman Schleifer demanding to know if the 5 mediations done by Safe Streets workers involved guns or not.
Can you walk us through what MONSE knew when they knew it? We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
I 100%
and so,
agree.
in order to understand what went wrong and how we can assure that never happens again, these basic questions need to be answered. And so, it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public? What is the problem?
I would have to defer, again, respectfully, to MONSE as to whether or not they want to share what's been shared with them.
I don't have an itemized breakdown of all 5 of the conflicts with specifics, but I can share the nature of those. I'm not aware of weapons being involved in any of the conflicts that were mediated in that 5.
If you want to answer the questions and you want to get into detail, let's do this.
As you just saw, Councilman Schleifer questioned the interim director of MONSE, as well as Kevin Keegan, who manages Safe Streets Brooklyn site alongside Catholic Charities. Keegan said the mediations were eventually reported in the software Safe Streets uses to track mediations, but that information has yet to be made public. It's still unclear if the people involved in the mediations were connected to the shootings at all. Ultimately, MONSE never admitting any fault or taking accountability. Instead, they touted the resources they're now providing to the Brooklyn community in the wake of the mass shooting. Of course, Fox 45 News will keep pressing for answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning.
Thank you, Olivia. Mayor Brandon Scott joining the calls for a stronger juvenile crime response at the state level on the heels of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
Shannon Lee joins us live with what he says needs to change. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Taylor, is specifically pointing to issues with Maryland's at-home monitoring system. So he wants immediate automatic notification and action in place when a juvenile is in violation of their home monitoring orders. But beyond that, he is vowing to do what it takes next session to address juvenile crime. Take a listen.
You know that I think there's something need to change. You know, I had a bill in Annapolis this year around home monitoring and the notification around home monitoring. No one, a juvenile or adult, should be able to be outside of where they're supposed to be for 48 hours before any notification happens. And if someone breaks that, then they should be able to be detained by law enforcement. But what I am going to do is go back this session and work with our General Assembly, work with our governor to make sure that we are changing anything that needs to be changed. But my focus is going to be on those that I know are allowing crimes to be committed against those juveniles and by them.
Now, there are two new laws in the state that many of Maryland's top prosecutors are calling into question, and that's the Juvenile Justice Reform Act of 2022 and the Child Interrogation Protection Act, also of 2022. Many prosecutors say these laws make it more difficult to hold juveniles accountable. The Child Interrogation Protection Act hampers police's ability to question juvenile suspects or even witnesses. And under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, those 13 and under are limited to charges for crimes of violence, and a juvenile under 10 cannot be charged at all. The law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies, which prosecutors argue may not be enough time to get those kids the resources they need. Those that support the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, though, argue criminalizing children is not going to make the state a safer place. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore police now under the microscope for their handling of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. In our next half hour, we take a look at where the department went wrong.
And Monty receiving more than $13 million of American Rescue Plan funding. In our 8 o'clock hour, we're opening the books and breaking down where this money is going.
Another hot and humid day ahead, but can we expect showers this afternoon? And will that ruin your Friday evening plans? Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
Before we know it, it's going to be time for school again. Buses back out on the roads. For some, that can be a financial challenge. Fortunately, IKEA Baltimore partnering with Maiden Choice School to be a solution.
That's right. Mark Clark is live at IKEA Baltimore to show us what you guys are doing. Give us the update, Mark. I see you gathered with some other high-energy folks to collect.
As Tom mentioned, it's all about partnerships. Volunteers of America. Of course, Nicole is here, and we have a list of partners here, right, Nicole?
Yes, we do. So we are out here all day from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. for Operation Backpack Stuff the Cruiser. We're super excited to have the Baltimore County Police Department with us, and we are partnering for the first time with the IKEA Baltimore store. Come on out with brand new backpacks and supplies to support underserved kids in need. You can also text Operation Backpack to 243-725.
I love it. Kimmy?
Yes.
We've been seeing Kimmy. Now, Kimmy, you represent IKEA, but we also have other partnerships.
We do. So in addition to Operation Backpack, we have some friends here from Maiden Choice. Abby actually won High School Teacher of the Year this year. So
Go, Abby!
Yes, we're so proud of her.
Awesome.
And her principal, Katie. And they're going to talk a little bit about our partnership.
I love it. Well,
Yeah.
Congratulations, Abby.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
So Ms. West is going to talk about our school.
What's up, Ms. West?
Hi. So we are very fortunate to have been partnered with IKEA through the Education Foundation of Baltimore County. They are supporting us in our vocational center, where we support our students in developing life and functional skills outside of school.
So the partnership that we have with IKEA is donating a brand new kitchen and laundry room for our vocational center.
Amazing.
It's incredible. It's going to give an opportunity for our students with significant disabilities an opportunity to have authentic learning at our school. We'll be able to break down step-by-step daily living skills, employment and career opportunities for kids in our school, and then take that and push that forward out into the community.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time, guys. Again, this is an amazing cause. Again, we need you to participate, so please stop by and let's get the stuff in.
Yeah, let's get the stuff, and those manatees know what they're doing. Thank you, Mark. You can help Fox 45 stuff the cruiser with school supplies. Just stop by the IKEA Baltimore today, anytime from 8 to 4. They'll be out there again tomorrow.
And for more information, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Orioles taking on the Miami Marlins today, and it's sure to be a fun time this evening. The event where you can check out that game and big giveaways that will have bird fans flocking to Camden Yards this weekend.
And a new attack on cancer cells may provide better survival rates when limiting major side effects for those dealing with prostate cancer. Up next, we'll speak to the doctor leading the study about what he's found so far. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
A new attack on cancer cells may provide better survival rates while limiting major side effects. Radiation treatment for prostate cancer in a trial stage right here in the Baltimore region. The doctor at the center of this study, and joining us now, radiation oncologist at University of Maryland School of Medicine, Dr. Fu Tran. Dr. Tran, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
I know that there's this study, it's a trial phase. Can you tell us what this means? When somebody says trial phase, that means, okay, we're looking for some patients out there to see if this will work or not. What are the responses?
Absolutely. So clinical trials are an essential part of trying to understand and better treatments for cancer. I mean, in a nutshell, they're experiments on humans and patients, but they're very well controlled, obviously regulated on many levels by the institution, oftentimes the FDA.
And Doctor, though, this one, when we say, okay, we're going to use radiation instead of chemotherapy, can you tell us the differences there and what that means, especially recovery periods and how long a patient is under the radiation versus the chemotherapy?
Sure. Maybe just a little bit of some setup for the trial. We're really trying to test what I think is a bold new concept of patients who have stage 4 or advanced prostate cancer and trying to increase remission rates with focused radiation. So as some of the viewers may know, stage 4 advanced cancer is when the cancer has left, in this case, the prostate, and has gone to the bone or lymph nodes. And those are known as metastases. We commonly use radiation already. I'm a radiation oncologist to treat and cure localized prostate cancer, and we treat the prostate. This trial, which incidentally, because we're at the University of Maryland, we've kind of nicknamed it the TERPS trial, is using focused radiation to treat those metastases and see if we can increase remission rates. When we use focused radiation, to your point, the toxicity or the side effects is greatly reduced. And we've already had some patients on the trial. We have clinical experience with this type of focused radiation. It's very well tolerated. I've had patients have the treatment, they jump on a plane, go home, and return to their lives.
Yeah, that huge difference right there. You kind of glossed over the significance here when we say phase 4. Normally when you hear that as a patient, you're thinking, okay, this is pretty much it. You need to kind of get your things in order. But because of this new technology and the way that you're able to go about that, that's changing the whole approach to the conversation.
Yeah, no, I want to be very cautious and not give false hope, but absolutely, we're trying to tackle, cancers that we thought were not curable. And I think there is certainly more than a glimmer of hope. We're at least able to increase what we believe are remission rates. So it's very exciting.
Dr. Fu Tran, and also you were telling us during the commercial break, this is going to be going national. We're out of time now, but we'll be making sure we check back in when it does go national with this trial and get a follow-up with you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, and great work. Thank you.
Check this out. Wicked weather spotted in Campton Hills, Illinois, which is just west of Chicago. The tornado swirls, you can see that rainbow emerged to the right of the twister. This happened Wednesday evening when several tornado warnings were issued across the Chicago area.
Well, that is a completely different look. Normally, it's almost like a negative of the tornado that you typically see in videos where it's the dark tornado funnel cloud and you see the whiter clouds around it. It seemed like that was opposite.
And never see the rainbow near
Right,
a
the rainbow coming in. Yeah, just amazing. Will that have any of these storms coming through our area, or is that something completely different?
Well, we need to know the answer to that question. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, is the same system or a different one?
No, that was a totally different system, guys. And there were 10 tornadoes that were reported across 3 states from that severe weather outbreak that we were talking about yesterday from Wednesday night that actually shut down both airports in Chicago. So definitely some severe weather there. That cold front from that system is moving a little bit closer to us, but we're not going to be dealing with anything like that. We are going to have the potential for some pop-up showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon today. So we do have that mix of clouds and sun out there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. The dew point trend, well, these numbers are trending up, and you can see those low to mid 70s for dew point temperatures. And when they get into that category, it gets the miserable and unbearable category. And then you have the heat index values in the mid to upper 90s throughout the weekend. So we're going to have a lot more humidity. Definitely that mugginess will be here for the next few days. Now, on our HD radar, everything is quiet right now. We had some showers and storms that moved north of the 95 corridor up through Wilmington, Philly, and now it's up into New York City. So if you're traveling north this morning, you may run into some of that. And also some showers that we've seen in Richmond and areas to the south down for southern Virginia. But it's all part of this larger system. There's the cold front right there. That's going to work into a very favorable environment for showers and storms to develop, which is why most of the East Coast, the mid-Atlantic, up to the Northeast and down through the Carolinas, under that slight risk for severe weather. It's a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but either way, it's something that bears watching for the afternoon. Now, notice most of the day will stay dry through noontime. We'll see the sun break out, but 2, 3 o'clock, you'll start to get some pop-up showers and thunderstorms, some of those dark, stormy clouds rolling in. 5, 6 p.m., a few more of those showers and storms around the area. This is 7 o'clock when the O's are going to be taking the field, and we hope that that is going to hold because some showers are now developing after about 8, 9, 10 o'clock. So possible delays. Don't think it's going to be a cancellation situation for today, which is definitely good news. We want to get back to baseball. 81 for your temp in the 10 o'clock hour in your splash cast. Make sure to have that sunblock on, that UV index in the very high category. And again, with some of those storms, when you hear the thunder roar, you got to get indoors. 7-day forecast, lower 90s through the weekend, back to the mid-90s, a little drier early next week, but we keep the 90s in play for basically the next 7 days.
Well, Queen Bee is now the queen of public transportation. Well, how the Beehive can hitch a ride to her American stops for the Renaissance tour just ahead.
And Philadelphia is seeing a massive increase in hotel revenue. Who the Philadelphia Reserve says is responsible for the boost. And when you start thinking hotels, I think room service, breakfast on a tray in bed with that piping hot coffee.
That sounds like vacation next week, but
maybe.
Yeah, and you know what we need today and for that vacation? A coffee break. A coffee break. It's time for a coffee break, y'all. Well, trending now, after performing all across Europe, Queen Bee is finally bringing her Renaissance tour to the United States. She did just last night.
She performed in Philly at Lincoln Financial Field Wednesday, and then Live Nation lists other shows this month: Nashville, Louisville, Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, and New York.
Well, from there, Beyonce's tour schedule runs into early fall. Renaissance is her 7th album, and she now holds the distinction of being the recording artist with the most Grammys in history.
Wednesday, before the show, Amtrak's official Twitter page posted this picture and listed all the routes they take you straight to U.S. stops on the Renaissance World Tour.
So if you plan on seeing her in Chicago, D.C., Atlanta, Miami, Los Angeles, Seattle, Houston, and you need to get there, go to Amtrak's official Twitter page. You'll see this and a full list of routes.
Amtrak stepping up their marketing game. Good job.
There we go.
You can make a federal case out of it that one music superstar is tailor-made to single-handedly help the economy of a region.
It's pretty true. The Philadelphia Federal Reserve says Taylor Swift is personally responsible for a tourism boom around Philly.
The Reserve says May was the strongest month for hotel revenue in the city since the pandemic hit. Swift's Era Tour has also helped fill hotels, restaurants, local attractions in Cincinnati, according to city officials.
Plus, her tour helped with breaking the Chicago city record for occupied hotel rooms. When's she coming to Baltimore? That's the question. Well, that humidity is cranking up this afternoon with the chance of storms. Not a good hair day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know how your weekend is shaping up just ahead.
With the IKEA Baltimore store, and we're looking for you. Operation Backpack is looking for you. We need school supplies. We need backpacks. We need you. Come see us on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Baltimore police answering tough questions about failures leading up to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Just ahead, where they say the department went wrong.
And Safe Street facing City Council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why Council still has questions and concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, it's a Friday morning. Can you feel it? Can you feel that extra weird energy that's coming in? Because you know it's the weekend, end of the work week, and it is middle of July. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and I'm feeling that heat. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we're going to be feeling it all day, apparently.
Yeah, 17 days until August, and then 31 days. That's 48 days until meteorological fall.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I thought you would say pumpkin spice lattes. That's what I was waiting for.
I'm having those in mid-August, so that's the end of that. Let's go outside right now and see what's going on, everybody. Yeah, they come earlier and earlier every year, just like Christmas sales. So our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, we are seeing the cloud cover out there, and yeah, you're exactly right. We are smack dab in the middle of summertime. Mid to upper 70s here for Cockeysville, Rosedale, over to Dundalk. 79 your temp in Dundalk right now. 78 for Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Numbers over the next couple of hours will climb. Upper 70s next hour, low to mid 80s. The big difference today, guys, is the fact that we'll have a lot more humidity, so that heat and humidity combined is going to make it feel hotter than that high of 90 degrees. But we're also tracking some showers and storms. Going to take you through that hour-by-hour future scan with some updated weather model information coming up in a few.
See, we missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
Morning, a city council hearing on the response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting raises even more questions. Baltimore Police Department, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement facing tough criticism from council members and residents alike. Now, the police department did admit they made mistakes. They're missing key indicators before that shooting. They also said there was a communication breakdown. Monzi, on the other hand, not so transparent.
The police department was very transparent about what they knew when they knew it, but I noticed on the Monsi slides, you started from the next morning. These basic questions need to be answered, and so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting. Whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to Monsi.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public?
This morning, we have live team coverage of what was and was not said during last night's hearing. In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live with us in studio with details on the police response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. But let's start here with Olivia Dance. She's live with what happened when Fox 45 pressed council members on Monty's response.
Well, Taylor, there are still many questions and concerns about how Safe Streets responded to the Brooklyn Day block party that turned deadly. And after last night's council hearing, many were left needing more answers. So Fox 45 News pressed for those answers. Take a listen.
They're the only ones who didn't answer questions tonight. BPD was extremely transparent. They told us every detail, everything that they knew.
We need to know on the council exactly what is going on, where the money's going, who we're employing. And again, at the end of the day, we need to know because the constituents that we represent, they want to know.
How come it took a mass shooting where we saw 30 people shot, 2 dead, for the council to really seem to take an interest in the way Monzi is operating in the Safe Streets program?
Well, I wouldn't just point a finger on Monzi. I think overall, as I mentioned early on, like the government, I think, has failed. Our city is dying.
Should Monzi be getting the level of funding that it is?
Right now, I think that until we start to see transparency in data, I think that money should be held to a halt.
We are pouring more than $20 million a year into an agency that has grown exponentially that does not have a handle on what is happening.
And Safe Streets was at the block party de-escalating several conflicts before the shooting occurred. Safe Streets never warned police despite reports that people were armed. And after last night's hearing, council members say it's critical that the city improve its communication. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore police also in the spotlight over their response in Brooklyn. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley admits his office missed some signs in the hours leading up to that mass shooting. We continue our team coverage with Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with what went wrong. Shannon?
Well, there's still a lot of questions here, Tom, but bottom line, the police commissioner still cannot explain why his agency knew nothing of this block party that drew some 800 people to Brooklyn. It's a block party that became one of the largest mass shootings this city has ever seen.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
That's Acting Commissioner Rich Worley addressing city council members in a hearing last night. Council members pressed Worley about the department's failure to learn about the block party and mobilize its resources. The police commissioner says the department did receive several 911 calls from the Brooklyn area the night of the party, but officers never requested the need for help.
A party of that magnitude, no matter how many officers were in the Southern District, they could not handle that party alone. So they would have had to reach for extra resources, which we had available throughout the city, that we could have sent there.
Do we know if that happened? Or
as far as we know, no.
It just seems like time and time again, there were so many different levers for us to trigger and engage a community and do it the right way that it's just very, very troublesome.
Now, Worley says his department is working nonstop to understand what happened that night. He vows to have a final report on the incident in 45 days. Meanwhile, some council members are calling for an independent investigation to ensure all questions are answered. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. As the All-Star break comes to a close, there's still no stadium lease extension for Camden Yards. What Governor Wes Moore and the O's have to say about it, that's coming up.
It's all about Operation Backpack. Come by and see us at IKEA. Also want to shout out Brian, who's challenging all the construction to come and give something. He gave $50 to help with uniforms. It could be you. Come see us.
Our temperatures right now are warm, 74 Cockeysville, almost 80 in Dundalk. Those numbers are going to climb today, and the humidity is really going to increase as well. We'll talk about it coming up.
Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the region here. You're seeing these cameras. Everyone's moving along just fine. No major issues to report around the Baltimore region. Just have one little blip that's on there, and that's debris in the roadway. And you're 97 south. It's causing just a little bit of a tapping of the brakes, but they're going to clean that up real fine. Everybody else, you head down the ocean without it. 810 Camden Yards, known as the ballpark that forever changed baseball. It's been the home of the Orioles since 1992, but the 30-year contract with the Maryland Stadium Authority set to expire at the end of this year, December 31st. As of right now, there's still no stadium lease extension in place. Orioles CEO John Angelos said in February he'd love to have the lease as an all-star break gift for everybody really in the community, but there's still plenty of time to get a deal done. Angelos and Moore are set to provide an update at some point today on where things currently stand. They did release a joint statement from Governor Moore and Angelos, and it reads in part, "The last 4 months have been exciting on and off the field. Baltimore City and the state of Maryland all have Orioles fever. We've laid the groundwork for success, and progress is also being made on our vision to expand and revitalize Camden Yards campus. We are determined to make it happen soon. What comes next, though, must serve our entire community and the city as a whole. From the ballpark and surrounding neighborhoods, we are committed to making the downtown corridor a premier destination that benefits Baltimore and Maryland residents year-round."
Safe Streets facing City Council on their response to the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up next, find out why Council still has questions and concerns.
But first, Monzi announces $13.4 million more in ARPA spending to improve public safety. After the break, the oversight of organizations receiving this funding. Time now, 8:11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Amid questions about a communication breakdown between the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and police in response to that mass shooting, we're taking a closer look at the city agency managing millions of dollars in federal funding to keep you safe. Government watchdog Adam Andrzejewski, CEO of Open the Books, joins us now to break down where that money is going. Good morning to you, Adam.
Good morning, Taylor.
Now, you found some notable findings. I want to get into compliance issues in a bit here, but tell us some of the highlights of what you found from Monsi and the nonprofits that are receiving money from them.
So the mayor's office has doled out recently $13.4 million in additional grants to neighborhood organizations to try to curb violence in the city through the Safe Streets program. This brings in total to about $30 million from the American Rescue Act plan that have been doled out by this office of the mayor to community organizations. The big winners this time were Catholic Charities. They got a little over $5 million over 3 years to manage 2 Safe Streets location sites in Baltimore. And then the youth advocate programs received $7.3 million for 2 years worth of life coaching, emergency relocation, and stipends that will be paid to people over 24 years old. The real question is whether this program is working. It is modeled on a program that comes out of Chicago called Cure Violence, and the streets in Chicago aren't safe either.
I think the question about where that money goes and is it working is one we constantly are asking here on Fox 45. But you also found some compliance issues. Explain those to us as well.
So we found 3 organizations, 3 of the smaller organizations that received in the aggregate $125,000 on this recent announced set of grants that, again, they're not in compliance with the Maryland Secretary of State charitable solicitation registration. So you've got 3 organizations, Greenmount West Community Center Foundation, they got $25,000. The National Alliance for Mental Health Illness Metropolitan Baltimore, $50,000. The Avias Hayam organization for $50,000, and their registrations aren't current. And so this is a real problem. Like, who in the mayor's office is vetting the organizations? How are those decisions being made if these organizations can't even comply with basic reporting requirements with the state of Maryland to operate as public charities?
I have another follow-up question here with respect to public safety. The curfew, the juvenile curfew that's been implemented by the mayor took effect Memorial Day weekend. There's not been a lot of traffic at those connection centers, if any. What have you found with respect to the curfew, the money that's being spent, and your findings from what other watchdogs have also noted from other cities?
So it's been about $500,000 that the mayor's office has put into curfew enforcement this year. The Marshall Project says that curfews have little effect on crime. Look, 38% increase in property crimes this year in the city of Baltimore. There's been 5,300 major crimes. We're talking, murders and rapes and carjackings in the city of Baltimore this year. The head counts on police officers over the course of the last decade have dipped by over 500 fewer officers on the street. In the latest budget put forth by the mayor, there's been a 2.5% increase in the amount of money in the police budget, but that's not going to dent the head count. That's not going to add police officers to the street. So there's a lot on the table. There's a lot of money flowing, but the impacts on crime have been suspect.
All right, we'll continue to follow the windfall and follow whatever comes of that money, which we've continued to ask, but we'll stay on that. Thank you so much, Adam Jandziewski, CEO of Open the Books.
Thank you, Taylor.
All right, well, look at that sky, Tom.
Yeah, not bad at all. Great start to the weekend plans, right? Looks beautiful. Will it stay this way this weekend?
I'm no genie, but I think there's a guy who knows more than we do.
I thought we were going to do the Southwestern heat story. Did we drop that, Jack?
We did. Yeah, we dropped that.
I had all these fun facts about that because I'm from out there in the desert Southwest where it's heating up. There are millions of people, hundreds of millions of people under excessive heat warnings, and talking about that heat wave. Also, those areas where you have the, desert Southwest, which typically gets hot, but not for an extended period of time. Heat advisories and excessive heat warnings. Death Valley could hit 130 this weekend with an overnight low of 100. It's a dry heat. That's what everybody says. Yeah, it's a dry heat. It's like a sauna in here. Yeah, just kind of hang out there like an oven. 77-year temp in Baltimore. Now, look, for us, not an oven, but steam bath, right? Not a sauna. It's not a dry heat because we got that wet heat here today. Because look at these muggy meter temperatures. The dew point temperatures, which is the temperature for the air to be completely saturated, in the lower 70s. That's in that gross category. You add that in with those temperatures that will be in the lower 90s, it's going to feel like the mid to upper 90s across the region for this afternoon. And tomorrow, it's going to feel like triple-digit heat. Now, again, not that dry heat that they're dealing with in the southwest part of the U.S., but we're going to feel like 100 degrees. And again, that heat and humidity, that's when it's just not good to be outside. You got to make sure to have that AC ready to go. We're not tracking any rain right now. You can see our HD radar very quiet. We are seeing some showers just to the south end, and Richmond had some showers and storms earlier this morning, but most of that is moving off toward the east. It's that cold front that is moving in from the west, that area of low pressure that's centered just to the north of us. So what's going to happen later today is a better chance for storms developing. That green area up and down the 95 corridor and through most of the East Coast, a marginal risk for severe weather. That includes us right here at home. Now, notice at about noon today, we're still dry with some pockets of sunshine heating up the ground, but you're going to feel that humidity. And look at that, 2, 3 o'clock, you'll start to get some of those towering cumulus clouds and the potential for a few more of those showers and storms. Even at that 4 and 5 o'clock hour down to the south, right across the Bay Bridge over to Easton and out toward the eastern shore. 7 p.m. hopefully stays dry for the game tonight, but again, a couple of showers, can't rule those out either. Same thing for you golfers. If you want to get out there this morning, better than this afternoon because the heat and humidity will be there, and you got to watch for some of those storms as well. Mid to upper 80s and a few lower 90s here across the region for your high temperatures today. So those numbers are about average for July 14th. But again, that humidity, it's going to really be with us here throughout the weekend, and that chance for storms each afternoon as well. We're drier on Monday, mid 90s, but we keep those 90s going all the way through the end of next week. And of course, the O's game, 7:05 first pitch.
Thank you, Justin. Staying with the heat, the CDC has some steps to help you stay hydrated in the extreme heat. Some reminders here. Drink before you feel thirsty. CDC says by the time you actually start to feel thirsty, you're already starting to be dehydrated. If you are going to be out in the heat, CDC recommends drinking 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes, but do not go overboard. You should not drink more than 48 ounces of water per hour. If you are going to be out enjoying the summer temperatures safely, we want to see it. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, and we'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Well, this summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care Summer Diaper Drive. Scan this QR code to help local diaper drive banks to provide those diapers to families and children who need them. You can donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family's struggling with those basic needs for your baby, go to sinclairscares.com.
A 10-year-old boy in Prince George's County making Emmy history. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Come on, Last of Us fans, you know that scene. You can see why. Still ahead, get to know this Maryland native and the TV show he was nominated for. It says Last of Us right there.
And the Orioles taking on the Miami Marlins today. It's sure to be a fun time. The event you can check out at the game, and the big giveaways that will have Birds fans flocking to Camden Yards this weekend.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by WellPoint.
Well, summer is sneaking by, and you know what that means. Can't believe we're talking about it.
Seriously.
Back to school.
Yeah.
The Operation Backpack School Readiness campaign, it starts today.
Yeah, and we're having fun this morning. Mark Clark has been live in White Marsh this morning with the organization and everything that's behind this and why we are stuffing backpacks and bringing them to you, Mark. What's going on?
I tell you what, I'm seeing a lot of old friends here. Swin, we've known each other since we didn't have gray hair. But Swin, tell us about the involvement with WellPoint.
So WellPoint, Maryland, we're just happy to be here supporting Operation Backpack, Volunteers of America, Chesapeake and the Carolinas. We've been supporting for a while. We continue to come back and support. It's a great cause. You know, just a great cause that you should definitely come out, drop off some backpacks, bring a donation so they can purchase supplies. Yeah, it's just a great initiative that we love to support at WellPoint, Maryland.
Well, it's amazing because, guys, you know, I'm seeing, like I say, a lot of familiar faces who've been serving the community all these years. And it's so important because, as you know, there's people in our community who need our help today and tomorrow. It's that day where you come out and help. You know, I know sometimes, you know, we're busy. You say, well, I can't get out there. Where there's ways you can reach us online. Also, if you can't get here today, you can come by tomorrow. So we're here all morning long to talk about it. But again, if you can give, if you can support, please do that.
Absolutely.
All right, Mark, yeah, thank you. And hanging out with friends and having a good party there while getting kids ready for school, we love it. Of course, you can help Fox 45 stuff the cruiser. That's a police cruiser with school supplies. They are all parked right now at the IKEA Baltimore and White Marsh. And you can do that, as Mark just said, from 8 to 4 today. And they'll be out there again tomorrow or any of the police stations around the area of Baltimore County.
Well, for more information, we've got it here on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Oh, yeah, the countdown is on for Ravens training camp. Still ahead, why Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken thinks the team will be a bit different than years past.
We're gearing up for another hot day in Baltimore. Hot dog, hot dog. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, yeah, he's just walking through, letting us know how the heat may impact your weekend plans. 8:28 to the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back and happy Friday. I'm Shannon Lilly.
Yes, happy Friday. I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we're going to have a great weekend in store. We just need to get through a little bit of the heat.
A lot of heat. Middle of July,
nice.
What can you expect?
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. It's the humidity that gets me.
Well, and that's the whole thing. Shannon, Tom, good morning to both of you. We're actually going to be cooler today. It is going to feel hotter because of the humidity that is going to be rolling right back on in here. So right now, our Towson camera, we got some clouds out there, but the sun is also shining through. No rain that we're tracking at this time. Statewide, 60s and 70s in western Maryland, mid to upper 70s along the Chesapeake. Look at that. 80 already in Chestertown, 79 Bel Air, and 78 in Annapolis. So overall, as you head out the door, make sure to grab the sunglasses and just have the umbrella with you in case you encounter some showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon. Same thing if you're going to be out there on the water, boaters and watermen. We're talking about that wind out of the south about 5 to 10 knots. Waves not really an issue, and overall those showers and storms could be an issue for the later part of the afternoon. So just keep your eyes to the sky. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. We've had some great news all morning long with our traffic. A little bit of volume, as you see right here, the inner and outer loops. The outer loops, the ones in the Parkville area, and slowing down. But everybody else moving along just fine. No issues to report.
The Baltimore Police Department is admitting it made mistakes when it comes to the July 2nd mass shooting at Brooklyn Homes. The members of the department sat in the hot seat last night, facing tough criticism from City Council during a hearing into the shooting response.
While the department is admitting its mistakes, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, was not as transparent. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance joins us now to explain. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Shannon, there are still many unanswered questions, despite council members demanding more transparency from Safe Streets. Now, the hearing happened yesterday right here at City Hall, and at times it was very tense and ultimately ended with several council members feeling dissatisfied with the answers from Safe Streets. Safe Streets is the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE's gun violence prevention program. 4 Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day block party an hour before it turned deadly, never telling police about the potential threats, despite reports that people were armed. MONSE's interim director saying now 5 mediations were completed by Safe Streets workers, but couldn't answer council members when they asked for more details about those mediations. Councilman Schleifer demanding to know if the 5 mediations done by Safe Streets workers involved guns or not.
Can you walk us through what MONSE knew when they knew it? We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
I 100%
and so,
agree.
in order to understand what went wrong and how we can assure that never happens again, these basic questions need to be answered. And so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public? What is the problem?
I would have to defer, again, respectfully, to MONSE as to whether or not they want to share what's been shared with them.
I don't have an itemized breakdown of all 5 of the conflicts with specifics, but I can share the nature of those. I'm not aware of weapons being involved in any of the conflicts that were mediated in that 5.
If you want to answer the questions and you want to get into detail, let's do this.
As you just saw, Councilman Schleifer questioned the interim director of MONSE, as well as Kevin Keegan, who manages Safe Streets Brooklyn site alongside Catholic Charities. Keegan said the mediations were eventually reported in the software Safe Streets uses to track mediations, but that information has yet to be made public. It's still unclear if the people involved in the mediations were connected to the shooting at all. Ultimately, MONSE never admitting any fault or taking accountability. Instead, they touted the resources they're now providing to the Brooklyn community in the wake of the mass shooting. Of course, Fox 45 News will keep pressing for answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Well, Mayor Brandon Scott is joining the calls for a stronger juvenile crime response at the state level on the heels of that Brooklyn Day mass shooting. The mayor is specifically pointing to issues with Maryland's at-home monitoring system. He wants immediate automatic notification and action in place when a juvenile is in violation of their home monitoring orders. But beyond that, he is vowing to do what it takes next session to address juvenile crime. Take a listen.
You know that I think there's something need to change. You know, I had a bill in Annapolis this year around home monitoring and the notification around home monitoring. No one, a juvenile or adult, should be able to be outside of where they're supposed to be for 48 hours before any notification happens. And if someone breaks that, then they should be able to be detained by law enforcement. But what I am going to do is go back this session and work with our General Assembly, work with our governor to make sure that we are changing anything that needs to be changed. But my focus is going to be on those that I know are allowing crimes to be committed against those juveniles and by them.
Well, there are two new laws in the state that many of Maryland's top prosecutors are calling into question, and that's the Juvenile Justice Reform Act of 2022 and the Child Interrogation Protection Act, also of 2022. Many prosecutors say these laws make it more difficult to hold juveniles accountable. Those that support the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, though, argue criminalizing children is not going to make the state a safer place.
Fox 45 News pressing city council members for answers after the hearing on the Brooklyn mass shooting. It left lots lingering questions. Why some of them tell us they're frustrated with Monzi. The humidity will be sticking around for your weekend, but what does that mean for afternoon storms today? Our weather authority team is on it. 8:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
Start of school can be stressful for the entire family. Thankfully, the Baltimore County Police, well, they're sharing what you can do to stay happy and healthy.
I can't believe we're talking about it already.
I know.
Mark Clark is live at IKEA Baltimore with how the police are actually helping this year. Mark?
That's right. Captain Borowski's back with us. And, you know, actually, like you said, it's hard to believe that we're talking about school, but we are, and it's so important for us to be safe as we head back to school, right?
Yes, it's absolutely safe. Today we're out here at the IKEA at White Marsh collecting backpacks, school items for our family here to our right, the Hager family. We have triplets here, not one, but 3 children.
That's right.
And come out, see us today till 4 p.m. Next week, we'll be collecting items at all of our local precincts here in Baltimore County.
I love it. So what's your name?
Hope.
Hi, Hope.
Faith.
Faith.
Christian.
And Dad.
Melvin.
And so, of course, I have 2. Imagine having 3 lovely children. I'm sure we need backpacks, pencils. We need a whole bunch of stuff. So, look at these lovely faces. Look at this lovely family. And come out and see us here. If you can't, stop by the Baltimore County offices. You can donate there.
Any of the precincts next week, starting Monday, we'll have collection boxes at all of our 10 local precincts. But we will be here today until 4 p.m. and tomorrow also during the day until 4 p.m.
It's all about giving.
Mark,
and so when you can, come see us.
You got to ask Hope, Faith, or Christian, which is the thing that they look forward to the most when it's school year? When they open up a backpack, is it like the pencils, a new calculator? What is it that they look forward to the most?
Okay, what do you look forward to the most? When you open up that backpack, and there's all kind of stuff in there, from calculators to pencils, what do you look forward to?
A notebook.
Notebook.
Oh,
notebook.
yes.
Okay, there we go. The
Good
notebooks,
answer.
of course.
Simple little things like that.
Yeah, it was always my favorite. You could get the sparkly ones, all different kinds.
Thank you, Mark. Now, you can help Fox 45 stuff the cruiser and help Christian, Hope, and Faith get their school supplies. Stop by that IKEA Baltimore today from 8 to 4. They'll be out there again tomorrow all day, too.
And for more information, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Queen Bee's Renaissance Tour is now coming to the U.S. The list of locations where you can catch the Queen taking her throne.
Still ahead, how the Beehive can hitch a ride onto her American stops for the Renaissance Tour. 8:42 is the time. We'll explain this picture when we come back. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Wow, check out this wicked weather spotted in Campton Hills, Illinois, which is west of Chicago. As that tornado swirls, you can actually see a rainbow emerge to the right of the twister. This happened on Wednesday evening when several tornado warnings were issued across the Chicago area. That is not something you see every day.
No, it's incredible. Yeah, it was a great shot of it. It's all lit up there, completely different than what you normally see.
Right.
Tornadoes, they're normally dark and ominous.
Scary.
And you're like, oh, it's not too bad, and there's a rainbow.
Beautiful.
How bad could it be? Yeah.
Beautiful. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Nothing like that in our area, though, right?
No, that was part of that severe weather outbreak, though, guys. I mean, yeah, sure, Mother Nature's amazing because you can get some amazing pictures and videos of what, happens when we get things going and get active in the atmosphere. And that's exactly what we saw there with 10 tornadoes reported across 3 states from that severe weather outbreak. In the Midwest, Chicago, a lot nicer and a lot calmer this morning and looking good right now here in Towson as well. We have a few clouds kind of hanging around, but definitely seeing some of that blue sky that is out there and temps that are in the mid to upper 70s. They've been hanging out in the 70s for most of the morning, even some of us in the lower 80s earlier this morning. And that dew point also hanging in at 65 degrees. But these dew points, and you probably are sick of hearing me say it, but this is what we've been talking about all week. Low to mid 70s for the dew points for the next 3 days. Gets us right into that miserable and unbearable category. And with the dew point and the temperature, the heat index values are going to be in the mid to upper 90s throughout the weekend. So that's what you have to think about and plan in your head before you get you or the kids out, because it's going to feel like triple-digit heat by the time we get into Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Now, our HD radar, very quiet right now. Not much happening. We had a few showers to the north of us. You can see some of those thunderstorms up in New York and areas to the north. And we had some showers down south in Richmond and areas in southern Virginia, but those have moved on. It's this cold front that's going to be moving in from the west over the next couple of hours. That's going to be tracking into an environment that has a lot of heat and humidity still kind of trapped in there from yesterday. So most of the East Coast under the green, which is a marginal risk for severe weather, 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. And we'll get an update from the SPC coming up at the top of the hour. So we'll let you know if that changes in the 9 o'clock hour. Hourly future scan, though, shows us that we stay dry for most of the day. 2, 3, 4 o'clock, couple of scattered pop-up showers and thunderstorms. We'll see a better chance of those storms later into the afternoon and evening time. This is 7 p.m. We're trying to get the O's game started tonight. And look, now this latest model run wants to bring some showers and storms right over downtown Baltimore between 7 and 10. That's not what we want to see when we want to try to get back in for that second half of the MLB season. But we'll keep our eyes on it. Of course, Hank the Bird is a big fan and cousin of the Oriole bird. 79 next hour, 87 by noon. And for Hank and his feathered friends, upper 80s and lower 90s for today. We got 92 tomorrow, 91 on Sunday. Again, we're going to feel like triple digits for the weekend, and then we're drier next week, hanging on to some mid-90s Monday, but we keep those 90s going all the way through next Thursday as well. All right, time to get a look at a view through your window, and this is kind of a cool shot from Dan. Sent this in of the Concord Point Lighthouse up in Havre-de-Grace. That's how you say it in France. I was in France once. So either way, that's the Havre-de-Grace Lighthouse. Thank you very much for that, Dan. And we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can scan that QR code right there on your screen.
Let's talk baseball, let's talk Orioles, let's talk Camden Yards, and let's talk giveaways, right? Orioles will be taking on the Marlins tonight. First pitch, 7:05. Fans invited to stay afterwards because it's first Friday fireworks show of the year. If you head to Saturday's game, you get some other things. In fact, Shannon has what you get when you go out to Saturday's game. It's the soccer jersey. Yes. For the first 25,000
This is so nice.
Yeah, look at the back, too.
It feels good.
It says Birdland FC for football club, right? Birdland football club.
23.
Exciting.
Yeah. Why are all the numbers 23? The year 23. Just kidding.
Yeah. And Sunday?
And Sunday, it's a hazy Sunday because it's Austin's Haze Day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Number 21.
Nice
Fresh off the All-Star start. Yeah, the starter.
Not bad at all, I know. He probably is 21 years old, too. Anyway, these young guys out there hitting the ball.
Have you been to games yet, or?
No, only for coverage, but not actually to. I know.
Lily, we got to get you out there.
I know.
I
really want to go. So soon.
You know, you can go online and like order tickets, right?
You have a lot of orange stuff. You have a lot of free orange stuff.
They send you stuff,
not us.
12 years. I never got swag.
I wear the orange every Wednesday.
So get out there to the game.
I will.
11 years I've been wearing orange on Wednesdays.
You
get a box of stuff.
About that.
No, that's all right, Oz. I get you. I've been to the game many times.
All right, let's roll it.
I'm a little bitter now. I know you are. All right, sorry. Let's go to the Ravens. From the diamond to the gridiron, the Ravens offensive full of playmakers. Ravens offensive coordinator Tom Monken knows it, too. Monken's new offensive system will be one of the biggest differences from last season to this one, finding different ways to get the guys the ball. He's saying he's creating space, more passing for Jackson, number 8. Will he be doing more dives into the end zone? Maybe not 6,000 yards in 2023, but expect the Ravens to throw it a bit more than they have in years past.
Within that system, we're going to be able to do whatever we need to do. So we're going to be able to run the ball. You know, we're going to be physical for sure. That's going to be part of it. But we're going to be able to throw the ball too. And then as far as Lamar's 6,000 yard thing, you know, I heard that quote. You know, I was there. I know what he meant, you know. He was saying basically how many yards you're going to throw for whatever the question was. He's basically saying, oh, how about 6,000, you know? You want a number. And what he was really saying was it doesn't matter how many yards we throw for. We could throw for 10,000 yards. But the point is we're going to try to win the game.
Trending now, after performing all across Europe, Queen Bee has finally brought her Renaissance World Tour right here to the United States.
She performed in Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field Wednesday night, and Live Nation lists other shows this month in Nashville, Louisville, Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, and New York.
Pretty exciting. From there, Beyonce's tour schedule runs into early fall. Renaissance is her 7th album, and she now holds the distinction of being the recording artist with the most Grammys in history.
Now, Wednesday, before the show, Amtrak's official Twitter page posted this picture right here. You see this? And then they listed out all the routes that you could take straight to the U.S. stops on the Renaissance World Tour.
I love this. So if you plan on seeing her in Chicago, D.C., Atlanta, Miami, Los Angeles, Seattle, or Houston, and you need a way to get there, go to Amtrak's official Twitter page to see a full list of routes.
A bright spot for your morning. A 10-year-old boy in Prince George's County is making Emmy history. Take a look at this. Actor Kevon Woodward. Remember him? He's from Bowie and was nominated for the Outstanding Guest Actor in the drama series for his role in the HBO show The Last of Us. Unbelievable role, that scene. Whew, that was a tough scene. Yes, very good job from Kevon. And
tremendous.
His nomination makes him the youngest nominee ever in this category, the second youngest Emmy nominee of all time. Congratulations. Good luck just for being nominated. He's nominated alongside pretty big names, too, including his co-stars Nick Offerman, Murray Bartlett, and congratulations, Kevon, and we are all cheering you on. What a great scene, and it still tears at the heart when you see that scene.
Absolutely, man, he deserves it. Well, we have a positively adorable friend joining us in the studio. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to introduce you to our pet of the week and how you can learn to adopt this good boy for free. Oh my gosh.
Wait, are we getting one on a motorcycle?
We better.
Operation Backpack. It's all about Operation Backpack. We need you to come donate pencils, pens, workbooks, backpacks for those who need them. You know how important it is. We need you. Come see us. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
And if you're out and about, ready to get ready for back to school already, you know what that calls for? Some caffeine.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's time for a coffee break. Let's
8:56 this Friday morning, topping your morning business report. Baltimore County leaders gathered to sign the West Baltimore County Authority bill into law. The bill, which is now a law, allows the county to target areas for redevelopment in an approximately 13-mile area between Liberty Road and Route 40 surrounding Security Square Mall. Once that area is legally obtained, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski says the county could redevelop the area for commercial use, residential use, industrial use, and more. According to AAA, the average cost of a gallon of gas today rounds up to $3.57. $3.57, 4 cents higher than a week ago, 2 cents lower than a month ago. In Maryland, AAA reporting the average cost of a gallon of regular gas rounds up to $3.56, 2 cents higher than a week ago and 12 cents higher than a month ago.
Amazon scores its largest Prime Day in company history. Consumers spent $12.7 billion during Amazon's Prime Day sales on July 11th and 12th. That's a 6.1% rise from a year ago, according to Adobe Analytics. Now, Amazon said July 11th was the single largest sales day in the company, but did not provide more details. Shoppers bought 375 million items over the two-day sale, up from 300 million last year. It's a lot of spending going on there. Krispy Kreme is celebrating its 86th birthday today with a super cheap donut deal. They're offering 86-cent original glazed donuts with a purchase of any dozen at regular price. The hot, sweet glazed treat has become a dessert icon over the decades. Krispy Kreme was founded in 1937. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
The space we live in is so important to all of us, and that really starts with the base of a healthy, clean home, including the air that we breathe. And there are so many pollutants that can affect the air inside of our homes, from our pets, dust, allergens. What's the solution? Here's one. This is the Clean Light Air. It's super compact, easy to use. It even fits in the cup holder of your car. It's an air filter that can remove up to 99.9% of particles you don't want in your house, like smoke, odors, pet dander, air pollution. And this thing is small, but really mighty. It can purify up to 161 square feet at a time. So think about it as in your office, your kid's dorm room, for a small bedroom. So many people love using these in the kitchen while they're cooking. Even if you've never thought about the air quality in your space before, you will absolutely feel the difference right away with this product. Place them anywhere your pet hangs out, or when you're going somewhere running errands, put it in your car. It's super quiet. It's super easy to use. And another thing I love, you can charge your devices at the same time. There's a USB port. Add your favorite essential oil to the sponge inside so the air will not only be clean, it will smell great. And today we're offering a 2-for-1. Both of these for the price of less than you normally pay for just one. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
Frustration from City Council in response to the mass shooting at Brooklyn Homes. What we're learning from the Baltimore Police Department and Safe Streets.
Plus, this mass shooting is the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. Coming up, the mayor on if he's earning a permanent spot here in that position.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good Friday morning to you. It is July 14th. And it's a muggy one. I'm Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, middle of July. I'm Shannon Lilly. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because it's just going to keep heating up, right, Justin?
Well, the humidity is what's going to be going up, ladies. The temperature's actually going down, but those temperatures in the lower 90s going to feel a lot hotter than what we've seen the last couple of days. Made it to 96 yesterday afternoon, looking out over the Inner Harbor and, of course, Camden Yards. Right now, live look here for you. There we go. There's our Camden Yards shot. Of course, the O's back at it tonight at 7:05 as baseball returns to Charm City for the second half of the MLB season. Hopefully to get that game in tonight because we are tracking some showers and storms that will start to develop later this afternoon. So on your out and about cast, yeah, numbers are going to climb mid-80s through 11 a.m. and upper 80s through that noon hour. On our way to the lower 90s today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Ice cream melting quickly, and we're also keeping that chance for thunderstorms in your forecast each afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thanks, Justin. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network, and we're taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. You can see there is some volume picking up, so you might want to take an alternate route or give yourself some time as you head out the door, but traffic looks to still be moving right along, just a little bit of volume.
Although I appreciate the honesty and straightforwardness that we've gotten in some instances, we haven't gotten very many answers.
Now, this morning, a city council hearing on the response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting is raising even more questions.
The Baltimore Police Department and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement are facing tough criticism from council members and residents alike. The police department did admit they made mistakes, like missing key indicators before the shooting. They also said there was a communication breakdown.
Now, Monty, on the other hand, was not so transparent.
The police department was very transparent about what they knew when they knew it, but I noticed on the Monty slides, you started from the next morning. These basic questions need to be answered, and so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting. Whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to Monty.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public?
Now, this morning, we're covering what was and was not said during last night's hearing.
In a few minutes, we'll look into the details on the police response to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting.
But we start off with Olivia Dance. She has more on what happened when FOX45 News pressed council members on Monty's responses. Olivia.
There are still many questions and concerns with how Safe Streets responded to the Brooklyn Day block party that turned deadly. And after last night's council hearing, many were left needing more answers. So FOX45 News pressed for those answers. Take a listen.
They're the only ones who didn't answer questions tonight. BPD was extremely transparent. They told us every detail, everything that they knew.
We need to know on the council exactly what is going on, where the money's going, who we're employing. And again, at the end of the day, we need to know because the constituents that we represent, they want to know.
How come it took a mass shooting where we saw 30 people shot, 2 dead, for the council to really seem to take an interest in the way Monty is operating in the Safe Streets program?
Well, I wouldn't just point a finger on Monty. I think overall, as I mentioned early on, like the government, I think has failed. Our city is dying.
Should Monty be getting the level of funding that it is?
Right now, I think that until we start to see transparency in data, I think that money should be held to a halt.
We are pouring more than $20 million a year into an agency that has grown exponentially that does not have a handle on what is happening.
Safe Streets was at the block party, de-escalating several conflicts before the shooting occurred. And Safe Streets never warned police despite reports that people were armed. After last night's hearing, council members say it's critical that the city improve its communication. For now, reporting outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Now, Baltimore police are also in the spotlight over their response to the shooting. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley admits his office missed some signs in the hours leading up to the mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes area.
And there's still a lot of questions here, but bottom line, the police commissioner still can't explain why his agency knew nothing of this block party that drew some 800 people to Brooklyn, a block party that became one of the largest mass shootings this city has seen.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
That's Acting Commissioner Rich Worley addressing city council members in a hearing last night. Council members pressed Worley about the department's failure to learn about the block party and mobilize its resources. The police commissioner says the department did receive several 911 calls from the Brooklyn area the night of the party, but officers never requested the need for help.
A party of that magnitude, no matter how many officers were in the Southern District, they could not handle that party alone. So they would have had to reach for extra resources, which we had available throughout the city that we could have sent there.
Do we know if that happened, or?
As far as we know, no.
It just seems like time and time again, there were so many different levers for us to trigger and engage a community and do it the right way that it's just very, very troublesome.
Now, Worley says his department is working to to understand what happened that night. He vows to have a final report on the incident in 45 days. Meanwhile, some council members are calling for an independent investigation to ensure all questions are answered.
The mass shooting was the first major test for acting police commissioner Richard Worley. He took over the department less than a month before the shooting happened on June 8th, after former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down. Fox 45 News has been pressing the mayor's office for answers on the abrupt change for weeks.
We've been asking for a copy of Harrison's resignation notice. The mayor's office has refused to hand that over, saying it's a personal matter. We also asked if Harrison was asked to resign or he resigned on his own accord. And why did he resign just 8 months before his contract ended? Does the public deserve to know the terms of Harrison's resignation?
Now we're learning more about that transfer of power. In an interview with another news outlet, Harrison and Scott revealed Worley found out he was chosen as police commissioner less than 12 hours before the announcement was made. In the wake of the shooting, Fox 45 News asked Mayor Scott whether he still has confidence in Worley to lead the police department. Take a listen.
Has it swayed your confidence in Worley as the next commissioner for Baltimore?
No.
Well, it's important to note Harrison is still on the payroll, and it's not clear when confirmation hearings for Worley will begin. There are also questions about Worley's residency. The city charter requires the police commissioner to live in the city and be a registered voter in Baltimore. Worley currently lives in Anne Arundel County.
Now, we want to hear from you. Do you think the public deserves to know if Harrison resigned or was fired? So far, 95% of people who voted say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks to weigh in.
All right, it's 9:08 now, and we want to get another check of the weather and the traffic, and it's just been hot.
Yeah, you just mentioned to me, like, did you do something to your hair? Yeah, you have to today. You gotta monitor it.
Every, hour.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers will tell us why, because it's not as hot as it was, but it feels...
Yeah, the frizz factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we said this last week. Didn't we say Frizzy Friday, or maybe Tom said it?
Frizzy Friday.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing. I mean, we're going to have more of that humidity, ladies, that is going to be messing with all of our hair out there and getting the condensation on your drinks, even when you're sitting in a restaurant or in your own house. Looking outside from our Towson area, the sun is out there. Our temperatures are warming up, already back to the mid-70s here for Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 80 in Woodlawn across the city into 81 in Baltimore, 81 in Rosedale, 80 in Dundalk. So those temps will climb. We're still going to see some lower 90s today, which will be cooler than yesterday, but it's that increase in humidity, making that jogging cast. You're getting that sweat on, no doubt about it, in the next couple of hours with low to mid-80s if you are going to be doing stuff outside. We'll talk about that potential for storms and track it for you hour by hour coming up in a few.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
Well, returning to school can make both parents and students nervous or happy, depending on who you talk to. But it doesn't have to. The Baltimore County Police Department, they're sharing the best ways to keep kids safe this year.
And Mark Clark has been live at IKEA all morning, Baltimore, with what you need to know. Mark.
That's right. Sergeant Knox is back at it. And again, we've been focusing on schools, but safe schools are so important, and that's what you do. What are the things we think about? Even though it seems like it's far away, we return to school, what do we need to start getting our minds around as parents?
As parents, we need to support our children, make sure that we're being their biggest cheerleader, their vocal point, and to also support the school system. Don't let your emotions make you a part of the problem. Let your emotions support your child, and let the administrators work through the situations in the school for school safety.
I love that. And so we were talking off here, you said there are a couple developments as far as safety in schools that we should look forward to this year, too.
So for the 2023-2024 school year, we have a newly appointed Chief of Police, Chief Robert McCullough, and we have a new Superintendent, Dr. Miriam Yarborough, who have made sure that they focus on school safety as their top priorities, one of their many top priorities. And what that means is they want all students to be safe and secure in navigating to school, safe in school, making sure they speak to the SROs, they know who their school resource officers are to make sure they know that they can go to them for help at any time, as well as schools administrators. And also making sure when they're navigating to school, pedestrian safety, stop, look, and listen, make sure you're stopping at all crosswalks and making sure you're looking and listening. And on school buses, making sure you're staying in your seats and keeping all objects, hands and feet inside the bus at all times.
So, Sergeant, we want to wrap it up, but I just want to give, now, Sergeant Knox, again, what I love about, the information, in your private life, you're a pilot. I think that's so cool, So, again, kids who are watching, you can do many things. Pilot, policeman, who knows? next president of the United States. Who knows? But what you need to do is come bring these school supplies for the kids, guys.
Exactly.
Man of many trades. That's awesome.
Yeah, so help kids do that too by getting them their school supplies. You can help us pack that FOX45 Cruiser with school supplies by stopping by IKEA Baltimore today from 8 until 4. They also go tomorrow too, I believe.
Awesome. And for more information, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Mayor Scott now weighing in on the changes needed to address juvenile crime throughout the state. Still ahead, the laws on the books some of Maryland's top attorneys are calling into question.
Is President Biden having issues with young voters ahead of the 2024 election? Up next, a live report from Washington with the recent data that shows he may not be as favored as before. It's 9:12. You're watching Fox 45 News.
The Secret Service concludes its investigation into the bag of cocaine found at the White House.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. So, Kayla, they were unable to identify who brought the drugs into the West Wing, and how are lawmakers now reacting?
Well, Republicans are calling the failure to pinpoint a suspect ridiculous. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy calling it more special treatment for those in President Biden's orbit. Secret Service briefed lawmakers on Thursday, saying they found no fingerprints on this bag and no DNA samples in the extensive FBI crime lab analysis that was done on it. The surveillance tapes also reportedly were not helpful. And the White House didn't have any drug-sniffing dogs, not at that time. Now, the Secret Service narrowed it down to several hundred people that could have brought this bag into the White House, and this is leading lawmakers to question the security of the White House. The cocaine was found the weekend before July 4th in a cubby that visitors used to store cell phones and other personal items before entering the West Wing. Secret Service also saying it's not the first time a banned drug was found. Agents actually found marijuana, which is not allowed on federal property, twice last year at the White House.
Switching topics here now. Data is now showing that Joe Biden is having a hard time among young voters. Does that have to do with student loan? What's going on here, Kayla?
Well, voters under 30 are now less likely to identify as Democrats compared to 4 years ago, and that's from data collected by one of President Biden's 2020 pollsters. So younger voters are increasingly identifying as independents, and they're also losing faith in the political system in general. Fewer reportedly see politics as a meaningful way to create change. Now, this voting bloc did play a key role in the last 3 elections, and if they remain unenthused and stay home in 2024, that could spell trouble for Democrats. The White House is now working to get ahead of what could become an issue by hiring a new policy analyst that focuses specifically on young people. So that means we'll see a lot more social media influencers involved in the White House and campaigns like that.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, thank you so much.
Take a look at this. Beachgoers in California are having a bit more fun in the heat. The city of Long Beach brought back the inflatable Whitbit playground. They did it at 2 local beaches in June as a chance to stay cool while staying active during the summer. Admission is free. The playgrounds are open every day through September 4th.
So fun. That's like my childhood dream.
We
that
can do it as
amazing.
adults, man.
Right? Especially in this heat. It would be nice, wouldn't it?
We need one of those right here in the city. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, why do we need those today?
I don't know.
Why do we need to stay cool?
What about slip and slides? You remember those?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you put
so
that,
fun.
which is really funny because when you think about it, it literally is like, you know, a piece of plastic that you spray water on, and then you slide down the grass.
It's so fun.
But it is so fun. It is fun. And yeah, any way you can to stay cool, not only today, but this weekend with our temperatures and the humidity that is going to be heating up. I mean, the second we step outside, you can cut that air with a knife. That humidity is definitely going to be on the increase as we head for the weekend. So our Towson cam right now looking pretty good overall. We've seen a few clouds kind of hanging around this morning, and that muggy meter going to slip into that gross category for the afternoon with dew point temperatures well into the 70s. That humidity is definitely back. Now, the heat index values, these are the numbers I want to talk about today. Upper 90s and even feeling close to 100 for the afternoon. And then tomorrow, it's going to feel even hotter. You can see some more upper 90s and lower triple digits, again, for the feels like number. You combine the heat with all that humidity, and yeah, just kind of that oppressive feeling throughout most of the weekend. So our HD radar, very quiet right now. That radar sweep pretty bored, not doing much. Looking at our risk for severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center, still a marginal risk, and that's nothing that we want to, you know, just kind of, move on from. It's marginal. It's still 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So that's what we have to watch for in terms of the potential for some of those storms. It could get a little bit strong later this afternoon and evening time. And more of these weather models are coming in where it's going to be later. So by noon, we still stay dry with that sun kind of here and there mixed in with the clouds. May see a couple of straight pop-up showers or storms in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour this afternoon. About 7 p.m., we're trying to get that O's game going tonight. But look what happens, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. Yeah, those showers and storms right over the city. So hopefully they can get some of the game in, maybe some delays, but that's quickly passing through. So if that actually times out, we can at least hopefully get the game in for the afternoon, for the evening time, and then again for tomorrow night as well. On your Splashcast, Cannonball! If you want to jump in the pool, 83 next hour, lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and again, watch for some of those storms later today. Upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, Harford and Cecil counties also in those mid to upper 80s for your highs this afternoon. And speaking of your O's cast, first pitch tonight, 84. We got fireworks tonight after the game. So even if that game goes long because of the possible delays, stick around because they're going to get those fireworks in, and hopefully the nature's fireworks will be all done so we can actually watch the stuff. Then we get some jerseys tomorrow, some shirts on Sunday, lots of fun stuff. And then those temperatures stay in the lower 90s with a chance of storms each afternoon, a little bit drier as we head toward next week.
All right, topping your consumer news, the Federal Trade Commission is investigating OpenAI for possible violations of consumer protection laws.
The agency is looking into how the parent company of ChatGPT handles personal data. FTC officials are also considering the risk of users getting inaccurate information and other potential dangers. This probe comes amid growing debate over how AI could affect jobs, national security, and democracy.
Well, Twitter may be paying creators, but actors say they're not getting paid enough. Up next, the first joint strike in Hollywood since 1960.
And the big question, how will this strike affect your favorite shows? We'll let you know how your TV lineups could change. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Because the AMPTP remains unwilling to offer a fair deal on key issues essential to protecting the livelihoods of working actors and performers, SAG-AFTRA's national board unanimously voted to issue a strike order against the studios and streamers.
Well, now taking you live to Hollywood this morning, where actors have joined screenwriters on strike after talks of new contracts collapsed.
Leaders from the Actors Union said they voted unanimously for a strike to begin at midnight on Thursday. They believe union members deserve contracts reflective of the changes happening in the industry, with streaming, digital, and AI becoming the standard.
Well, Union President Fran Drescher voicing her concerns, stating the business just can't exist without them.
We are labor, and we stand tall, and we demand respect. And to be honored for our contribution. You share the wealth because you cannot exist without us.
Well, leaders say the strike is an instrument of last resort. It is the first time the two major Hollywood unions will stand on the picket line together since 1960.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers says the union, quote, dismissed our offer of historic pay and residual increases, substantially higher caps on pension, health contributions, audition protections, shortened series option periods, a groundbreaking AI proposal that protects actors' digital likeness, and more. They say it will deepen the financial hardships for thousands of people who rely on this industry.
So the next question is, what will be impacted? It's going to be a lot. Basically all scripted films and TV shows in the U.S., except for independent productions not connected to major studios, will be put on pause. Fall TV lineups will be heavy with reality TV shows because new TV seasons will likely be delayed. New programs will continue, but Hollywood productions on streaming services like Netflix and Amazon Prime Video will be halted.
Well, closer to home, though, a 10-year-old boy in Prince George's County making Emmy history. Take a look at this actor Kevion Woodard from Bowie was nominated for Outstanding Guest Actor in a Drama Series. This is for his role in HBO, The Last of Us. You know that shot right there. His nomination makes him the youngest nominee ever in his category and the second youngest Emmy nominee of all time. So he's nominated along some really big names, including his co-star Nick Offerman, Murray Bartlett. Congratulations to Kevion. We'll be cheering you on here from home.
Absolutely. He deserves that. Incredible. Well, we are feeling hot in Baltimore, and the humidity is not helping things. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we could see a cool down this afternoon in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Operation Backpack is in full swing. We need you to come support. Come and join us at IKEA. We need, look at this table. This is all the stuff we need, right? This is what we need. And throw on a backpack, okay? You know, you still got time, of course. Today, we'll tell you about everything coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. Is that what it is? That's what it is.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Friday morning, right?
Friday morning, Tom. I
Friday
would
morning.
let you take it away. It's 9 o'clock. You know, you just got back from
9:30. We're almost there. I mean, it's a 5.5 hour.
You know what? You are right.
You started 5 hours ago at 4:30 this morning.
You're right. So give me some grace. It's July 14th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it is for Mark Clark, who is collecting school supplies at IKEA Baltimore today.
Yeah.
I have not seen him glisten yet. And he's not a slight guy, and he's out there in the heat, so let's find out.
But meteorologist Justin Chambers says, you know, if he stepped out the shade, it could change.
Our show is so long, Mark Clark doesn't even know how long it was. That's how long this show is. Look, we cover a lot of stuff, man. We are on from 4:30 to 10. That's how we roll. We got 30 minutes left for you all live and all local right now outside. We show you the inner harbor. Ooh, I like that. Looks like a little chopper's going by. Sky Team 11 trucking into blah, 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 Martin State. All right, good. Get to the chopper. Our captain's cast right now, if you want to get out of your boats, if you don't own a chopper like Jonathan Myers does. 81 this hour, 87 by noon. We're in the mid to upper 80s later this afternoon. Again, boaters and watermen, just be aware. Those storms developing later today and into the evening time tonight. And then ice cream's going to be melting pretty quickly. Maybe you got a snowball. Maybe you want the marshmallow on top and the middle. That's fine. That's weird, but whatever. Lower 90s today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Chance of showers and storms each afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
We missed a lot of points. We missed a lot of indicators that this was happening.
The Baltimore Police Department is admitting it made mistakes when it comes to the July mass shooting that happened in the Brooklyn Homes area. Members of the department sat in the hot seat just last night, facing tough criticism from city council members during hearing into the response.
While the department is admitting its mistakes, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, was not as transparent. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance joins us to explain.
There are still many unanswered questions, despite council members demanding more transparency from Safe Streets. Now, the hearing happened yesterday right here at City Hall, and at times it was tense and ultimately ended with several council members feeling dissatisfied with the answers from Safe Streets. Safe Streets is the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE's gun violence prevention program. 4 Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day block party an hour before it turned deadly, never telling police about the potential threats, despite reports that people were armed. MONSE's interim director saying now 5 mediations were completed by Safe Streets workers, but couldn't answer council members when they asked for more details about those mediations. Councilman Schleifer demanding to know if the 5 mediations done by Safe Streets workers involved guns or not.
Can you walk us through what MONSE knew when they knew it? We're here to have a transparent conversation about the most horrific event that I know of that ever took place in the city of Baltimore.
I 100%
and so,
agree.
in order to understand what went wrong and how we can assure that never happens again, these basic questions need to be answered. And so it's more important to know what these 5 conflicts were. Okay, well, what these 5 conflicts were in a 2-hour window, leading up to right before the shooting, whether or not there was weapons involved.
They have been answered, and they have been answered directly to MONSE.
So why wouldn't that be answered to the public? What is the problem?
I would have to defer, again, respectfully, to MONSE as to whether or not they want to share what's been shared with them.
I don't have an itemized breakdown of all 5 of the conflicts with specifics, but I can share the nature of those. I'm not aware of weapons being involved in any of the conflicts that were mediated in that 5.
If you want to answer the questions and you want to get into detail, let's do this.
As you just saw, Councilman Schleifer questioned the interim director of MONSE, as well as Kevin Keegan, who manages Safe Streets Brooklyn site alongside Catholic Charities. Keegan said the mediations were eventually reported in the software that Safe Streets uses to track mediations, but that information has yet to be made public. It's still unclear if the people involved in the mediations were connected to the shootings at all. Ultimately, MONSE never admitting any fault or taking accountability. Instead, they touted the resources they're now providing to the Brooklyn community in the wake of the mass shooting. Of course, Fox 45 News will keep pressing for answers. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, Mayor Brendan Scott joining the calls for a stronger juvenile crime response at the state level, right on the heels of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with what he says needs to change. Shannon?
Well, the mayor, Taylor, is specifically pointing to issues with Maryland's at-home monitoring system. So he wants immediate automatic notification and action in place when a juvenile is in violation of their home monitoring orders. But even beyond that, he is vowing to do what it takes next session to address juvenile crime. Take a listen.
You know that I think there's something need to change. You know, I had a bill in Annapolis this year around home monitoring and the notification around home monitoring. No one, a juvenile or adult, should be able to be outside of where they're supposed to be for 48 hours before any notification happens. And if someone breaks that, then they should be able to be detained by law enforcement. But what I am going to do is go back this session and work with our General Assembly, work with our governor to make sure that we are changing anything that needs to be changed. But My focus is going to be on those that I know are allowing crimes to be committed against those juveniles and by them.
There are two new laws in the state that many of Maryland's top prosecutors are calling into question, and that's the Juvenile Justice Reform Act of 2022 and the Child Interrogation Protection Act, also of 2022. Many prosecutors say these laws make it more difficult to hold juveniles accountable. The Child Interrogation Protection Act hampers police's ability to question juvenile suspects or even witnesses. And under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, those 13 and under are limited to charges for crimes of violence, and a juvenile under 10 cannot even be charged. The law also calls for 6 months probation for juveniles who commit adult misdemeanors and 1 year probation for juveniles who commit adult felonies, which prosecutors argue may not be enough time to get those kids the resources they need. Those that support the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, though, argue criminalizing children is not going to make the state a safer place. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Coming up, severe storms across our country. Check a look at this. Yeah, that tornado, unbelievable. Tornadoes hitting all around the Chicago area. We have the stunning images of the wicked weather.
And here at home, some humid temperatures on their way, if they're not here already. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at your full Friday forecast. Stick with us here at Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Back here with some breaking news this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott making a special announcement on social media. In a social media post, Scott announced that Baby Charm will be arriving in winter of 2024. Apparently expecting we'll have to wait and see and learn more.
Well, it's Friday, and you know what that means. It's time to introduce you to our pet of the week. And joining us is a puppy right now.
Yeah.
But The puppy didn't come in by himself. This is Katie Fleury with the SPCA. Thank you so much for being back, Katie. Who is this? Who is this little puppy that needs to grow into his head?
Yeah, so this is Benji. Benji is about 8 months old. He was an owner surrender that was brought to the shelter, so we do know quite a lot about him.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I know.
Anybody
Benji.
that moves behind the cameras, he's going to let you know. He's letting you know. Good job, Benji.
Yeah, so Benji was a family dog, loves the bed, loves cookouts. He's been
loves snacks.
Yep, around a lot of kids. I know. You want to say hi to everybody. Yeah, we're recommending no small kids with him because he can be a little bit shy with strangers. He has done well with kids in general, though, and his former owners have told us that he wants to play with basically every dog he meets.
Okay, so really playful dog, a puppy. So, of course, he's going to do that.
Yep.
And seems very friendly. Is just kind of a little underweight. Needs a little bit of loving.
Yeah,
right?
needs some treats. Definitely thrives on human affection. Jumped right in the car this morning.
Oh,
He definitely knows his routines.
Walked in here like he owned the studio.
And he loves water. So that's something really cool about him. He enjoys his baths, and he could definitely be a good dog to cool off with this summer.
All right, sounds good. Well, Katie Fleury and Benji, you can actually chat with them today at 1 o'clock right at the SPCA here in Baltimore. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that beehive is buzzing for Beyonce as the Renaissance Tour lands in America, where you can catch her next show.
Anna just dropped off the backpack, so she just got a free cinnamon bun and frozen yogurt cone and got qualified for some aquarium tickets. So her good heart led to some good winnings. So again, don't be driven by your good heart, but hey, you still could get hooked up. So come join us on Fox 45 all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by IKEA Baltimore.
9:44, and from the school supplies to police cruisers to safety tips, Operation Backpack has been working hard to launch this back-to-school event that's happening today.
It seems early, but it's not. Mark Clark is live at IKEA Baltimore with what they've been doing all morning and how you can help. Somebody already did, Mark.
They're already laughing. Every time we come to Mark, he's laughing about something. I want to know what's going on there, Mark.
That's right. Well, because we're having a great time and it's a great cause. I mean, how are you going to laugh when you got the excited, bubbly, Did you get the tutu? Kimmy had a tutu on all morning. You can't beat that, okay?
I'm going to wear it all day. Come down and see me.
That's right. And then, of course, Nicole, we've been here since 1 a.m. So, you know, again, we've been here all morning, but this goes on. This goes on.
This goes on until 4 p.m. We've already had a couple of donors come by, drop off backpacks, monetary donations. Here's the thing. We're here till 4 p.m. Everyone who donates will be entered into a raffle to win 4 Baltimore Aquarium tickets. And also, the first 300 people to drop by with supplies will also get frozen yogurt and or cinnamon bun certificate through IKEA.
And you know how delicious those are. And so you can also see shy Kimmy when you come out. So Kimmy, I mean, very excited about being here
very
at IKEA.
Excited. Yes. And also to support all of our students, next weekend, we are having a back to college event.
Okay.
We're gonna have a scavenger hunt, wear your school pride proudly, and you'll get a free shopping bag. I'll be in the lobby greeting you. We have small storage solutions, so come by and see us. And then in August 15th, we're gonna be having a teacher appreciation event from 10 to 4.
Awesome. And again, drop by all the donations, not just for today, but you can also drop them by tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow until 4 p.m. as well. So if you can't make it out today, drop by. And if you can't make it out at all, just text Operation Backpack to 243-725. You can donate via smartphone, or you can visit vohchesapeake.org/donate-backpack.
All right, good job. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Mark. Yeah, Mark is starting to glisten a little bit. It's getting a little bit warmer out there. He's been active all morning. You can help Fox 45 stuff the cruiser with school supplies. Just stop by that IKEA Baltimore. Of course, you just heard from today, 8 to 4, and then tomorrow, 8 to 4.
That's right. And we've got all the information you need on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Check this out. Wicked weather spotted in Campton Hills, Illinois, which is just west of Chicago. As the tornado swirls, you can see a rainbow start to emerge right of the twister. This happened Wednesday evening when several tornado warnings were issued across the Chicago area.
Yeah, it was amazing. There was 8 in Illinois, and what some people were saying when they lived downtown in the high rises in Chicago, they never heard that before, so they didn't know what to do. They're like, what is this siren? And so they started going to their windows to figure out what it was, and they were told to back off and go to the lower levels.
Looked and saw that rainbow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find a glimmer of hope here. Meteorologist.
Yeah, I know, but you got to get away from the windows, as you were saying, Tom. You're right. People are running out. Hey, what's going on? You got to get to that inner portion of your house. I mean, people in the Midwest know that there's severe weather, but you're right. A lot of folks don't see it in downtown Chicago a lot, and that's exactly where they saw it on that day. By the way, with Mark Clark the entire time at IKEA, has he once mentioned the Flugen or the Flaffen that you can get, or the Shocknoob, or the Duta, or the drone?
He only mentioned one about 2 hours ago, and it was not any of those.
All right. I like the LAK tables. LAK. Those are good. L-A-K. It's pretty cool. All right, our live cam in downtown Baltimore, our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. We got a mix of clouds and sun. This is how it's going to be for the next couple of hours. In fact, most of the first half of the day and even into the early part of the afternoon should stay dry in terms of thunderstorms. 81 your temp, but look at that dew point temp sneaking up into those upper 60s. That humidity is going to increase as well. And you can see those dew point numbers well into the low and mid 70s for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which means the heat index values are back to the mid to upper 90s, even feeling like triple digits potentially for tomorrow. Everything's quiet on our HD radar right now. We do have still the marginal risk for severe weather, 1 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, our hourly future scan may see a stray pop-up shower storm 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. More of the models are coming in line where it's going to be after about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. I know that doesn't bode well for the O's game as we want to try to get the MLB second half of the season going, but we do have that potential for some showers and storms. So just keep your eyes to the sky. Just know you got to have that Fox 45 mobile weather radar app. That way you have that radar right in your phone, and you can actually see if the storms are coming in. They even send alerts to you automatically. 83 by 10 a.m. We'll see those numbers in the upper 80s and lower 90s across Hunt Valley and Cockeysville through the afternoon. And all in all, most of us will get close to 94 today. We keep those lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday, and then mid 90s but drier conditions early next week.
Well, trending now, Powerball jackpot keeps on climbing. After no one won Wednesday night drawing, the big prize now estimated to be around $875 million, the third largest grand prize ever.
Well, the next drawing is scheduled for Saturday. For those who can't wait until then, Mega Millions has a drawing Friday night. After no winner Tuesday, the jackpot now up to, as we said, estimated $560 million.
Somebody would say, oh, that's not that much money for them.
Yeah, I mean, would you be the guy?
No, I mean, this next artist would be like 560. I'll make that in a couple months.
Yeah. Queen Bee, right? Because she's performed all across Europe, and now she's back in the United States with her Renaissance tour.
She performed at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia Wednesday. Live Nation lists other shows this month: Nashville, Louisville, Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, and New York.
And then from there, Beyonce's tour schedule runs into early fall. Renaissance is her 7th album. She now holds the distinction of being the recording artist with the most Grammys in history.
Amtrak jumped in on they got on the train on this one, the Beyonce train, Wednesday before the show. Amtrak's official Twitter page posting this picture and listing all the routes you could take straight to the U.S. stops on the Renaissance World Tour.
So if you plan on seeing her in Chicago, D.C., Atlanta, Miami, Los Angeles, Seattle, Houston, and you need a way to get there, go to Amtrak's official Twitter page. You can see a full list of routes and this.
Yeah, you can make a federal case out of it. That one music superstar is tailor-made to single-handedly help the economy in a region.
Well, that's right. The Philadelphia Federal Reserve Office says Taylor Swift is personally responsible for a tourism boom around Philly.
Now, the Reserve says May was the strongest month for the hotel revenue in the city since the pandemic hit. Now, Swift's Eras Tour has also helped fill hotels, restaurants, local attractions in Cincinnati, according to their city officials.
Plus, her tour helped with breaking the Chicago city record for occupied hotel rooms.
Stay right here with Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore, because coming up after the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers, who also fills hotels around here when he comes to town. All right, maybe not. His exclusive 10-day forecast, though, is coming up.
He's a star, though.